Okay.
Yes. We are streaming live. So my dear friends, Crystal River and Peter Moon will now start just burning bandwidth for the sake of burning bandwidth.
Okay. Crystal?
That was decisive. The man takes charge.
Anything you'd like to start with or talk about?
No, you go ahead, please.
Well, what I can say is that what we're doing now is we're burning bandwidth while I just start establishing links. I'm gonna, change the make certain that we are seen and heard. So I do appreciate everybody's feedback in the chat room and on our promotional banners. Let us know that we can be heard. And in the meantime, the Lady River and the MǳSTRO Moon will entertain you with trivia, just absolute trivia. So trivial that the majority of you won't care about what they're saying, and that's the entire point. So
I think a lot of people listen to your first 15 minutes because it's unavoidable. In fact, when you put the tapes up, or the YouTube up, I don't know if there's any way you can edit out the first 15 minutes.
We can't because they're live stream. Or rather, I'm sure there's some technical way to do that, but that's beyond
my... Well, there actually is if you uploaded it and reloaded it, but that's,
Yeah, that takes, work. And, okay, so somebody's saying something right now. Well, that's just a heart, and that's wonderful. And, in the meantime, what people can always do is, of course, fast forward. Derek Talley says hello. Hey, Derek Talley, hugs. Brother from another mother. Semper Fidelis, my fellow Marine. And, all right. So we've got some indication that the live stream is working. Let me go now to the link, and you'll hear me make noise. We've got 5 people watching now. And what I'll do is cut and paste the link. And... we'll take that, and, okay, what we do is we go to another screen, and we will hear some echoes in a few seconds. Hopefully, we will be hearing echoes, and so we go to another screen. There we go. And we hear echoes. That's delightful. Okay, everybody put their like on today's live stream. You can find it, of course, if you, maybe you can't find it till I get the damn link up. So let me get the share. And this will take a few more moments here. Okay, go to a different screen. And then what I have to do is make this link as small as possible. Enter. And let's see if we hear echoes. Make this link as small as possible. We hear echoes. Delightful. I'm orgasmic. Alright, let's change the...
I don't hear echoes. Do you hear echoes?
No, well, you don't need to hear the echoes.
Okay. No, I don't want to hear the echoes.
What is that?
I don't want to hear them.
Oh, good, yes.
But I don't hear them.
Yes, okay.
And I don't hear them coming from the audio I'm getting from you.
Good. No, I was just... Yeah, it's a technical thing. Okay, let me... Alright, change the text here, edit the post, and alright, enter this. Worst part of the whole fucking procedure. Thank God that we've got age block now and I can swear to my heart's content. Okay. Oh, there we are. I could put that symbol there. There we are. Okay. This is an incredibly nuanced procedure. It's like surgery. Honestly, I don't know how people do this without years of training. Well, they don't. That's why they have professional producers. Right? Okay. 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 Then the last one we do is this one. Okay. Yeah. Like that. One of those oh shit moments. Okay. Did it. Always those wonderful human sounds that we make when we realize we're at the edge of a cliff. Okay. Alright. Okay. Now we create the hyperlinks. Okay, we've got 9 minutes. So exciting. Oh, my head. Fucking hangover bullshit. Okay, here we are. Oh, my fucking head.
What's wrong with your head?
It's still on my shoulders. Okay, here we are. What am I?
Did you ever see the movie? It's like a early 1950s classic, Invaders from Mars.
Yeah, yes, of course. Yes.
And they had that head. They had that head underground.
Yes, yes. Yeah. What about it?
That's just a classic movie. I was thinking, if we could have your head there, spouting out as the Artilect,
Yes, yes, there we are. That's.
But that was a classic movie. It was, I think, one of the first really alien movies I saw. They showed it, on the $1 Million Movie on Channel 9 in LA every night for a week. We all saw.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go on.
They had the implant in the back of the cop's head. All of a sudden, everybody was implanted. It was my first exposure to mind control.
Interesting. Well, it was definitely, as they said, Cold War paranoia. So it was indicative of what they considered a theme of the day, the Zekies, the spirit of the times.
Well, they made a lot of alien movies at that time period, especially, with teenagers getting abducted.
Yeah, and your average psychosociologist or social psychologist would say that was the whole reason for the concept of mind control, the concept of alien abduction, that these films just implanted organically the trope, the concept that everyone then indulged in. And there's lots of validity to that. I think that's explanatory for many of the so-called experiencers. And then, of course, there's the genuine experiencers, but they're not necessarily experiencing what they think they're experiencing. All right. Not that what they're experiencing is anything to be dismissed, but you get my point. Okay. Oh, the worst part of it is done. Take over for 6 minutes. Just talk shit. While I take Tylenol and Balcafin, or whatever the fuck it's called. Oh, that's cue for you to start talking.
So this is not something that I would want anyone to fast forward, but when I was not feeling well, last time we had our transmission together, Peter, you sent me chapter 20, and I set it for my computer to read it to me while I was trying to recuperate.
How did that?
That was quite interesting.
It worked. The computer was good. It worked for you.
Right. I was able to use it to my advantage in that instance. Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, so anyway, I sent Krystal a chapter of my new book that I'm almost done with, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. And this book was, this chapter I sent you, which I thought would be good for what you were going through at the time, is sort of the only one chapter of fiction I have it. It's sort of an analogy, which I tell a story to get across some points in a much more expedient way than if I were to write things out. It would be too long and complicated. So I put it in a fictional tale. What did you think of that?
Lovely. It was amazing. Yes. And I think that it creates like a modern, an ancient grimoire, and that's much easier for people to retain. You can look back in those
images,
right? The archetypes that are in it that resonate, and so that's how it was able to assist me in healing, because that pulls stuff out of your subconscious, so you don't really have to do the work. A lot, our bodies heal when we're asleep, but also when you're like drifting off. So that stuff going in helped a lot, and I haven't forgotten it. It's beautiful, the story.
Well, it's a very interesting book for me to write, because, and maybe we'll go into some of, not so much that per se, but it is the Tao of, it's called L. Ron Hubbard, the Tao of Insanity. Mm-hmm. And of course, that was the issue Douglas was asking about for us to listen to. His, he was frustration with, why does this Johansson character and other people just respond disingenuously? And it's not just him, but it's a consistent and repeated attribute of human beings to, the media will continually lie, and they do it at such a complicated and ingenious level that it's so consistent that people don't even realize it. It's just, oh yeah, that's the guy saying the news. They don't realize how scripted and rehearsed it is.
Right. Or another way of expressing it would be that, and this is, of course, best for when we're officially transmitting. Another way to express it would be that it's not so much ingenious, it's simply reflexive, and it becomes axiomatic by that alone. People parrot and they regurgitate, and it doesn't need to be anything that makes any sense. I don't want to use an example like the world is flat, but because that takes us into all the insanity once again. But if enough people say it often enough people will believe it. Just regurgitate.
What I say something about that is that in the new book, the other new book I'm going to send to the printer tomorrow if I get the cover and everything as expected. I'm just finishing up the final proof, and it has a whole chapter about the flat Earth, and from the Romanian author, and it was like this was a central reference point of Romanian intelligence. In other words, how could people be so stupid?
Thank you.
To not only, to just take this theory on and just ride with it. It's a symptom. It's a deep psychological dysfunction of human beings to grab onto something and run with it. In fact, he gave some pretty insightful comments about it, because it's like the opposite of looking into upper dimensions. It's actually indicative of a lower IQ, because an IQ test, when you get to the upper regions, it all gets dimensional. At least one IQ test I was doing, it cuts off at a certain point. You have to see things in other dimensions to actually answer the questions.
Yes. Well, thank you. Okay, so we've only got a minute to the top of the hour, and what I'll say unofficially to our two guests is wait until I introduce the both of you, kind of check into the chat room, and then I'll give a subtle signal of just basically inviting people to support the struggle. At that point, the two of you can do whatever you need to do for a good, literally quarter of an hour, 17 minutes, and then come back. Okay? That's coherent to both of you? Yeah. And, but stick around till then. In the meantime, we are officially starting transmission. I want to thank everyone who's here for being here. Love you all, those of you who are supportive. And this is officially the Pearl Harbor Day in Asia transmission. Understand, of course, that there is this phenomenon known as the International Date Line. And on the other side of that line, west of the ID line, is Asia. And it's always a day ahead. And in terms of Pearl Harbor Day and its commemorative date, that is today in Japan. And today is also, by the way, I'm getting an input from our dear Daniel Orola. God bless him. Hugs unto he. He says, I do hear all three of you, by the way, clearly. Love you dearly, brother in battle, Daniel. And so acknowledging him there. Going back on screen to our joint call, which is, not displaying for me because Skype is a fucking mess. Other than that, extraordinarily somber commemorative date. Today is also my colonoscopy Eve Day transmission. And so you'll hear gory details about that as the show develops, no doubt. Tonight, I am hosting not only the NÍPPHＯNJÍN, or Japanese People's Pearl Harbor Preemptive Strategic Surgical Strike Commemorative Date live stream transmission of Critical Omissions, but I am also guesting both my official biographer from this point forward, the investigative editorial author and Project MONTAUK MdựSTRO, Peter Moon, whom you can visit at theTimeTravelEducationCenter.com and pay personal respects at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/peter.moon.566. And he is, of course, the manager of Sky Books, which you can visit at skybooks.usa.com. And as well, we have with us the great honor of the young Madam Fairylogist, spirit animal communicator, and spiritual psychic life energy coach, Krystal River, whom you can pay your respects unto the young Madame at facebook.com/Krystal River Readings with uppercase KRR, uppercase K for Krystal, uppercase K for River, uppercase K for Readings. Otherwise, it's all one word, Krystal River Readings. Facebook.com/Krystal River Readings. And she, of course, is of Krystal River Psychic Readings and Occult Knowledge. You can like and follow her public community fan page at Facebook.com/Krystal River Tarot, uppercase KRT in there, uppercase for Krystal, the K, and uppercase R for the river, and an uppercase T for tarot. Otherwise, all one word, Krystal River Tarot, Facebook.com/Krystal River Tarot. And I noticed that is far more accessible and has far more likes than my public community fan pages, because, of course, my public community fan page, as it stood on Facebook, was taken down in the great Facebook massacre of the alternative right, because, of course, all of that was done actually to take myself down. And ironically enough, I'm not alternative left, though the alternative right declares myself such. I'm actually radicalized centrist, which I've gone to great lengths to clarify. But what I'll do now is ask people to greet the lovely Krystal River and the sagacious Mr. Moon in a second after I check into the live dashboard. So what I'm going to do is actually introduce them and have them introduce themselves while I check into the live dashboard, and I'll, bring up what's in the live dashboard to both of them. They're both welcome to click on the links that I have established by refreshing their screens or their own pages that they're on. And if they take a look at their own promotional banner, at this point, whatever they've shared in terms of my promotional banner should have the new link on it. And they can use that link to go to the live chat room themselves and check into what people are saying and respond along with me. But in the meantime, why don't the both of you say hi and introduce yourselves? Then we'll go to the chat room just for a short bit, and then I'll do a bit of, my blurb. So say hello, Krystal. Ladies first. Introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Krystal River, and you can find me on Facebook at where Douglas just said, and I do readings, psychic readings, and energy healings. So my energy healing page is called Heal Your Water on Facebook, and that's where I would suggest you could also go if you need to contact me. My phone number is there too.
Right. Oh, do you want me to add that? I can do this after transmission. I can add that into.
It doesn't matter. I just direct more of the healing stuff over there and more of the readings to the others. So that's all.
Okay. Because I notice your readings are orders of magnitude more popular than the healing. Is that not
actually the healing has like 5,000 or 2,000. It's in the thousands. But
is it really?
The other is like 700 or something. So,
okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Go on.
Yeah. So it's called Heal Your Water based on. You want me to go there? Yes.
Please. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it started with the work of Dr. Masaru Emoto, who was doing some experiments with water and how water is programmable, and we are mostly water, and so dealing with healing through that. And that fascinated me, and that's where I was intuitively already sort of headed in my own healing journey. So when I saw someone who had done the experiments and stuff that I hadn't set up and done, so I started working with that and having much success with clients. And so that's where the healing sort of took off on that page.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. You know, before Mr. Moon introduces himself, let me go into the live dashboard here and what they're saying. Derek Talley, of course, says hello. Hugs unto he, semper fidelis, always faithful, the Marine Corps motto. And he is a brother Marine that I'm proud to affiliate with. And Lena Crane says, hi, God bless you, honey. Charles Sean says howdy, who for some reason has a different text color than everyone else. I don't know why that is. And Underfell Girl Sands is our lovely Sarah Shields. And hi unto her, honey. Maria Gregory says hello, everyone. God bless you, honey. And Lena Crane says, I think people are afraid of going against the status quo, and they're afraid of being perceived as un-American or anti-American by others. And so Monty Royale says, turn up, D3. You're not as loud as everyone else. The reason for that, Monty, is because I'm producing, and the program, the Skype, I think it's either the program or the OBS, the online broadcasting system program, or a combination of the twain. There's only so much energy to distribute, which is really bizarre. I don't know why that is, but there's only so much energy, and it makes the producer sound like shit while the guests sound loud. So unfortunately, because I'm producing, I'm not as loud as everyone else for as long as they're online with myself. But I'm hoping people can hear me, and I look forward to people letting me know if they hear me clear enough where I'm at least coherent. I know the guests, it doesn't matter in that case because I know that they can hear me, but with everyone else, that's important. So aside from that, Daniel Arola says, yeah, let's party. And Marcus Grick says, hey, from Australia. Hey, good day, as they taught us to say back when Paul Hogan was the unofficial representative of Australian culture. Of course, the British would argue that that's kind of oxymoronic. And, Maria Gregorich says, you're clear. Thank you, honey. By the way, she's not referring to the Peter Moon sense, where I've got all my engrams all gone now, which he worked hard all his life to get rid of, being a Scientologist. But she just means I sound coherent. So now, speaking of engrams and being clear, let's bring on the clear man himself. Peter Moon, introduce yourself, and the both of you are kind of free to go for a quarter of an hour after that and come back.
Well, you bring up some interesting issues there because, yes, I was in the Church of Scientology from 1971 to 1983, but I'm known for my books, The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, which is about time travel experiments, and my recent most best contribution I've ever done is on the Time Travel Education Center. It's very underappreciated, but that actually shows the actual math and physics of why time travel can work and will work and should work within the laws of math and physics. It's math and physics at an 8th grade level, actually. So, you know, that's a bit about who I am. And of course, I've written about all sorts of esoteric topics, some of which we'll be touching on tonight.
Wonderful. I really thank you for that. And before the twain of you go, so to speak, for a few minutes at least, a quarter of an hour or so, they come back to us. What I want to emphasize is that so people don't think I'm some kind of corrupt hypocrite, because people are always anxious to conclude that or find some link in the chain that's weak enough to break. They're going to say things like how I shit all over Jim Mars as a fucking piece of shit because he basically was a propagandist for Scientologists, and yet here I am with quote-unquote a Scientologist as my biographer.
I'm a former Scientologist.
Thank you. Well, let's put it this way. You still understand the practice that was of help to you, and what you've derived is some technique or personal technology, so to speak, to use a different type of term, that is very separate from the Church of Scientology as manifest today, which is corrupted, which is cultic and destructive under Muscovich. And so when I'm shitting all over Jim Mars, it's because Jim Mars was a whore, a prostitute for Muscovich. That has nothing to do with the experience of Mr. Moon, which I'll let Mr. Moon clarify briefly, if you would be so kind.
Well, yeah, I mean, with this new book I'm working on and almost done with, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, goes into the occult underpinnings of Scientology and the relationship between it and what it does for an individual and the occult. And it's not, it's basically balancing one's energies between what's in your mind and what's in the physical universe. This is what Aleister Crowley let out in you know, he talked about crossing the abyss. And Scientology is a bunch of procedures and stuff, but the thing is, and we'll be hitting on this tonight, not necessarily in the context of Scientology and Dianetics, and not necessarily outside of it, about why people are so numb in the head in terms of being responsible or responsive in a genuine manner, which is what Douglas had talked about in his previous broadcasts, and we'll be addressing that in that context.
Thank you. That was wonderful. So, was there anything else you were going to say?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, you go on with your
wonderful.
Your
so the both of you, both of you, go ahead and return in about a quarter of an hour. Do whatever you need to do. In the meantime, I would like everyone who's listening tonight to contribute to Mein Kampf, My Struggle, at showsdd.com/donate.html, which is acronymous for Hypertext Markup Language, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. We open this transmission with all due acknowledgement unto mine own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrak, or Threx, Dietrich's, or Dragon's post-production producer, and our ultimate terminal archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube maggot channel property manager, John Henry II McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/maggotaur, spelled MAGGOTAUR, and friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all my videographic works would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic, welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite thelema, or will, of Peter Simon Lavinda to children for years prior to her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender, Pavel Edward Prēëmptive, who resides in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hideth still behind images of myself to friend underage boys precepts predation. You can see evidence of this on my homepage at showsdd.com, where linkage unto evidence thereof be readily available. And herein we provide, I am obligated to provide an alert and actun, a warning. So I say, attention all fans, friends, and followers of myself. We want everyone, in terms of public service, to be BOLO, or be on the lookout, per the pedo predator Pavel Edward, or Paul Edward Prēëmptive. And of course, you can see the basics of all of this and review them on my September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. Now, this public figure, the former executive producer of my program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via VR co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, be a cyber terrorist with a known criminal record of multiple sexual assaults, and is confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind mine own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his self-employment expertise as simply JAP. J-A-P, all uppercase. So Paul Prēëmptive, referencing himself as a data engineer for then producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of JAP as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, makes no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, JAP otherwise being acronymist for a software, Java Anon Proxy, which you can find out about at Fresh Meat, appropriately enough, at freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous. Similar to Tor, the Onion Router, which is TOR, all uppercase, acronymous for the Onion Router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry, precepts pederast predations. JAP, in the uppercase, all letters being capitalized, is similar thereunto, but JAP itself is relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing, as Paul Prēëmptive thereby openly promoting himself as a quote-unquote data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in just such. His About section in Linked reads, "My objective remains the same, resolve data problems through abstraction," which all too obviously make no sense whatsoever. A silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, it is obfuscated, as abstracting data problems, but it is not how anyone seriously seeking employment would advertise themselves. Instead, Paulie Boy presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy about statement as, "I exploit JAP to resolve data problems, it as transmission of questionable data through abstraction," meaning cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate, it as to cull the data to outsiders, which be what JAP does. Both Paulie Boy and his handler, Agnieszka, or Agnes Maria Shrakzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn Corporation by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide in plain sight. Paulie's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, therefore, Paul Pravara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap, specifically, in disambiguation from Jap as the normal pejorative, capital J with an undercase A and P, which would only pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a NÍPPHＯNJÍN or Japanese People's Restaurant, or had been employed on site Dainippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan itself. Instead, by using all uppercase, they will come across his page, and most likely not many more, if any at all, with the nebulous statement of the resolved data problems through abstraction, i.e. via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page alone. His critical omission of blatant hypocrisy, what speaketh volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain in his openly published public statement, per myself, as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a so-called liar, which you can see on facebook.com/PI342, instead of his own flaccid face for reasons that be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation, all along, before offering to let them play with his magical wand. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Paulie Pravara, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Sethiistic, i.e. satanic, high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michelangelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, Psychological Operations, supposedly retired, but instead laterally transferred to civilian employment at the NSA, and his ever-swelling cult of the Kings of Edom, i.e. the anti-gods. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on my bio sire at showsdd.com to find out the meaning of my biological father's name, that I myself be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking myself what they can do to fight the pathophathocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzu-Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered. Assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed, by much Native American cosmological reckoning, that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, so visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days. For full access, to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2. Is managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage Inc., Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Kali Combatants, who you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3. Yeso, all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all, accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels. Our extensive showsdt.com archives, now including even the old, ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots. Visit them at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. Lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroine, who you can friend as Zeb Shepard on Facebook, general practice attorney at law, in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroine and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soy-de-San American Freedom Radio transmissions that I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018, that Pavel Edward Pravara smuggled onto YouTube precepts, ultimately copywriting them for himself, as alluded to within Entitlement, a same-dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio, about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Such episodes being recordings, or rather re-recordings, with new images taken from correspondent points in mine presently banned Facebook Incorporated personal friends page, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on douglasdietrich.com once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I have informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to mine own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now, my manageress, Lena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be as innocent of such doings as anyone can be, because she be but an unremunerated volunteeress. As my web mistress, the young Madame Lena Shea, has been e-relaying, thank you, communique, on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation is in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton, handling in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So, fear goddess and dreadnought, whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process. So you can help us save a few extra United States dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among my donors, aside mine lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrak or Dragon He-Man heavyweight lifter and YouTube Bizarre HD channel manager, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, itself spelled BIZAREHD, all one word. He's George Knight. His actual birth name, manager thereof. You can friend him at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, our own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, mine expositions via YouTube would simply not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. I am the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click the notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyself and all thine own. We have some acknowledgments to deliver to two wonderful people who have donated. And we have one of them being Krystal, who donated $250. And he has this to say: please let Douglas know that I will be able to send more than 25 United States dollars in the future, and that I will be able to pay on a regular basis. Awesome transmission again today. He was referring to our latest preceding this. And he says, I left a couple of comments this evening in the chat room. Wonderful. He was talking about, of course, the latest transmission, my late and sainted Cyrus's solar return date transmission. And December 5th, of course, is when it was donated. And, of course, shout out as well, an acknowledgement to Salman Sheikh, God bless he, Allah be praised, who sent us a $250 donation. And he escorted it with a blessing saying, may Allah bless you always, my dear brother. Respectfully yours, Salman Sheikh. I am proud to have this outstanding Muslim practitioner as my brother in battle, especially in times like this when we must combat Islamophobia, when we have things go down like what happened in the Florida Pensacola Naval Station with this jackass who shot fellow sailors while being trained by the U.S. military, a citizen of the House of Saud. The House of Saud is the greatest negative paradox in Dural Islam, the world of submission. These people do not represent Islam. They're not the original guardians of Al-Makkah and Al-Madinah, the holy sites of Islam. They are usurpers installed by the British Empire. These people were irate camel jockeys, a tribe that was the most hated, the equivalent of horse thieves in the old frontier west. And these people were taken and made the lords of the most holy sites of Islam by the British colonial powers because they were universally hated. And these people are, of course, the enemy. Islam would support the West in the ousting of the House of Saud from the Arabian Peninsula and the reestablishment of the Hashimi dynasty, the people who brought us the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, from their bloodline, the people who be the descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. And they, of course, are the people whom we must respect and reestablish as the guardians of Mecca and Medina. We have, of course, the final acknowledgement to be given to a wonderful individual who I believe may be of Romanian descent, possibly Armenian. But this individual's name is Iulian Ungureanu. He may be the Transylvanian that I spraketh of in the past, a wonderful human being who donated 100 United States dollars. God bless my dear brother in battle from the wonderful nation of Romania, the third largest Axis power in Europe after Italia and Germania, and of course, once overtaken by the communists, became the fourth largest Allied power on the continent of Europe after the British Empire, or the United States before that, and the Soviet Union after the United States, and thirdly, the British Empire, depending on where you were on the European front lines. But, of course, the big three, the ally with the most participating manpower on the continent of Europe after the big three in World War II was Romania, once overtaken by the communists. Now free of communism to extent, Peter Moon can give us the inside politics towards much of Romania, which be in a kind of state of semi-equilibrium, but not yet reestablished in its true cultural stability, state of equilibrium, or natural state, until we at least have a constitutional recognition of its monarchy. And at that point, the Kingdom of Romania, when it once again stands officially on the surface of the earth, will bring us the true homeland for individuals like the Transylvanian Ungurianu. And if I'm mistaken in identifying him, if I've misidentified him, do correct me. And my love unto he for his support, and we will requalify any mistakes I may have made in the near future. In the meantime, I believe, it being a few minutes after the bottom of the hour, that both Peter Moon and our dear lady Krystal River are back with us. I would appreciate their acknowledging such fact, if such be the case.
Yes.
So,
I'm here. I'm here.
Wonderful. And Krystal, you are with us as well, if not on mute.
I'm here.
Oh,
yes.
Wonderful. Let's allow Mr. Moon to kind of qualify what I've said about Romania. Tell us a bit about his impressions of that nation in general before I go back to the main theme of our conversation and what it's going to be tonight.
Well, Romania, of course, for those who are not familiar, I've taken 11 trips to Romania. I have a wife who's Romanian, soon to become an American citizen. We're coming on our 5-year anniversary this January.
Congratulations on both counts.
Yes, and of course, I was brought there by a time travel scientist, Dr. David Anderson, in 2008, and I've published 5 books of a Romanian author, Radu Cinemar. The 6th book is coming out early next year. The politics, you know, it's kind of interesting. I've got friends who are highly connected in the government over there. And to them, politics is politics. In fact, one of the guys I kind of know and very friendly with, but he doesn't speak English. He's finally learning a little bit. He was the sound man for Ceausescu, the dictator. I didn't know that. I just found that out a few years ago.
Incredible.
And he does the sound at the camp I attend every year. But politics is politics. And what, you know, I had been there to their holy, most sacred site, Sarmăsești in the heart of Transylvania. And that's where I actually met the woman who would become my wife. And I had this, after being there the first time, I had this like, I actually had met this was an interesting story. There was a woman I had met, she was on this journey with me, and we went into this cave. We were looking for this, it's called the Priest Cave, and it was herself and an American lady, and all the rest of the group we were with went back to the hotel, and we ended up finding the cave, and it was an incredible experience. There was a lot of stuff, and then as we exited the cave, I listened to her talk. I said, "You must be a pretty well-known person in Romania." And she said, "Yeah." She was an opera. She wrote operas, and she was a teacher, but her husband was a senator. So I ended up having dinner with him, and that was really funny because he says, "You know, I'm hearing all about this book, and you're telling me all about this book and this secret project." But he says, "I used to be the finance minister, and I would have signed off on all this stuff you're talking about." Mm-hmm. And I said, and he says, "And besides, how can I hear of this? I'm a president of a literary society. I've never even heard of this book." And then somebody piped in. She said, "Well, I heard about this book in Peru, you know." And anyway, I explained to him that all of this money for this project, which was the discovery of this chamber beneath the Romanian Sphinx, which is in the book Transylvania Sunrise, which you can get at Amazon, Kindle, or skybooks.usa.com. And it was all funded secretly out of, people that were in the Ceausescu government. So it had secret financings and there's all sorts of secret financing that goes on in the United States of America as well. So because you're on the, the rolls doesn't really mean anything. So I've met some, but anyway, it was my idea. I said, well, why don't we have all the politicians go to this Sarmisegetuza area and just acknowledge it and be there with it? And of course, years later, I found out they already do that. They do that on their own. But it's not necessarily on the up and up, because politics are very corrupt over there. And there was a few years ago.
And everywhere.
Well, yes, there was a.
Yes.
They were had this gold mining company, this Canadian gold mining company that was being run out of this guy who was very much involved in Zionism in Switzerland. They were going to dig up this huge gold deposits, Rosia Montana, in Romania, Transylvania, and it was such a bad deal for the Romanians. The Romanians were going to get a very small percentage of the gold, and the investors and the company were going to make out like bandits. And they had the biggest public turnout ever to protest this in this huge building they have in Romania, the Ceausescu building. It's the government building, but they had the biggest protest ever in Eastern Europe. And so protesting in in Romania, does go somewhere. That's actually what happened with the revolution. The people were revolting, and they couldn't do anything about it. Of course, the military was on the side of the people. But in America, protests don't work because so much of them are paid for and arranged and manipulated. We don't have, protesting doesn't work like it did in the 1960s, if it even worked then. But there's so much manipulation that goes on. But anyway, the real essence of Romania is not in the politics, it's in the spiritual energies behind that country, which have never been subjugated or vanquished. And the Americans involved in the secret stuff that goes on that I've published about that country, they get very indignant and very upset, according to the stories, when they see that, well, why does all these incredible things happen in Romania? We're talking about interdimensional portals and whatnot. Why don't we have these things in America? Because we're the greatest country. Well, the problem with America is it's an imposter culture. It has been Romanians, no matter how bad it got during the times of Vlad Tepes, who people know as Dracula, or being the bad times under Ceausescu, and they've had a very rough time in Romania compared to, say, 20th century America. So no matter how bad it got, the spiritual energies of Transylvania and this area have been preserved. And the same families that have the farms today are the same DNA, the same lineages that go back thousands upon thousands of years. And you certainly don't have this in America. You don't have it pretty much anywhere in the world. So you've got sort of a continuous stream of life there, and that's the real lifeblood of the inner culture. The outer culture can be just as corrupt as ours can be in America. But when they had Dracula or Vlad the Impaler was working for the Hungarian Habsburgs and impaling the Ottomans, impaling whoever he impaled to scare the hell out of the Ottomans, he kept people. That was not necessarily his intention per se to protect the sacred area of Transylvania, but it was his intention to protect the Romanian people from being enslaved by the Ottoman Empire. and he was doing it at the call of the Hungarian Empire. So he actually provided whatever bloodthirsty stuff that occurred. He protected that sacred area, and it required somebody of his ruthlessness to do that. And for that, today, he is still considered a great hero in Romania.
Yes, very much so. And I'll go more into the details of that in a future transmission, because those details are something that the world needs to appreciate, and the world wants to appreciate. They want to know more about Dracula and Peter Moon's fear.
Excuse me. There's a film coming up by a friend of mine who arranged this incredible trip that I had last year to Choklavina Cave. And he has, his name is Andrei Kiriak. He was trained at NYU Film School, and he's done a remarkable, he's doing a series on Vlad Tepes, and it's a fictional thing to teach the esoteric heritage of Romania, and he's using Vlad as what you call Alfred Hitchcock called a MacGuffin. A MacGuffin is something that gets you interested in the story, but it really has nothing to do with the story. You might see a naked lady walking into a phone booth in the beginning of a movie, and you go, wow, what's that? What's that? And it has nothing to do with the story, but it gets you interested in the movie and grabs your attention. So that's kind of, although there is much story to it. And when I showed this to a friend of mine in Hollywood who was at the state of the art in graphic arts, he was so impressed with it that he wants to sponsor this guy to get it into the English language. All it really needs is just a dub over it, and it's
that's right.
So it's an incredible production, and I'm just trying to help him. I'm not getting anything out of it, right. Just because it's just been such a. So there will be some more coming out about that country in the future, and also as the books that I'm publishing get more circulated and finally get put onto the screen.
Right. Well, I thank you for bringing that up, and I thank you for also qualifying how they're exploiting the legacy of Vlad the Impaler, and certainly that's something, again, I could go into for hours, and it's very important to understand that much of what you see about the Vlad the Impaler is an exploitation of his legacy, including the literary novel Dracula, written by Bram Stoker, who functions, for better or for ill, as his primary publicist.
Do you know that book, I read that book in high school, and I thought when I read that book, it's long. It was one of the best books I have ever read, just in terms of reading literature.
Interesting. Okay.
And because, of course, I was fascinated with the movie, the Universal movie. Right. But when I read that book, I said there were two things that. Well, I mean, it grabbed my emotion, and it was long and involved, and you're reading all this stuff, and there were two things that really grabbed my attention in that book. First one is it's describing all of his supernatural powers in the beginning of the book, and how he could, Dracula, the character, could climb up the walls of the castle like a bug or something, or like a lizard. He was very, he had all these supernatural abilities. And I said, when I read that, I said, wow, what if one had these supernatural abilities and one could use them for the positive instead of the negative? That was the first thing that I thought of. And later on, when I think it's the character Lucy, and she's they've got Van Helsing says he puts this garlic garland around her to protect her from the vampire, and he says to the maid or the caregiver, whoever's there taking care of Lucy, who's transitioning, she's in the first stages of becoming a vampire, and this will keep the vampire away, and he says, no matter what you do, no matter what happens, don't take this garland of garlic off of her. Don't let it get off. And so, ultimately, what does the maid do? Lucy's complaining, the garland's hurting her, so she takes it off, and then, all hell breaks loose. But it's just like, you give somebody very specific instructions, and they do the opposite.
Right, right. Well, by the way, that brings us to the concept of Dianetics. Not that I am promoting Dianetics, and not that our man Peter Moon is promoting Dianetics, certainly not in the proselytizing sense. But Ravenator in the live chat asks, he basically says, and I'm sure he means well, I'm going to assume the best. He says, yes, Jim Marrs was a free zone Scientologist. Let me finish this first. Let me qualify what he's saying. And then Melissa Mayo, who, hey, honey, she says, Jim Marrs was a guest on Alex Jones. Enough said. And I agree with her. I mean, believe me, that's all that needs to be said. And so, Melissa, love you, baby. Then Peter Moon enters his comment, which is, and he spells Jim Marrs' name correctly. And he says, if Jim Marrs was a free zone Scientologist, he would not have been glad-handed by the official church. So let's just clarify this. Jim Marrs was a fucking whore, and he was prostituting himself for the Scientology church. What I can't understand is why they even bothered to get a hack like Jim Marrs to represent themselves, but the reason is obvious. He was connected via Alex Jones already with Michael Aquino, and the entire alternative rightist media is manipulated by Michael Aquino. He was just another Aquino cultist, another Edomite, and therefore was exploited with a mind control cult, which is what Scientology has become. Whatever L. Ron Hubbard's intent in the beginning. And we always must remember L. Ron Hubbard is one of those figures who is himself very hard to define in the gray world of adult mental processing. He was someone who did what he felt was best at the time in dealing with what he saw were obvious evils in the world that no one else was dealing with, like the abuses of psychiatry by the medical industrial complex. So he was trying to help humanity, and at the same time, there's no denying he was a James Bond level villain, a supervillain on the world scene. And our man Moon had the privilege, and it's always a privilege, no matter how evil or how impacting the individual may be historically in the murderous sense, it is still a privilege for someone to meet them in the sense that they now are part of that history. And Peter Moon is part of that history. He did meet L. Ron Hubbard, which few people alive today can claim. And so he, therefore, is writing L. Ron Hubbard's biography in the same sense that he has dedicated himself to writing mine. And
I'm not writing his biography.
Okay.
There's been a couple of people who, well, one person who attempted that, and it's not well. He tries to be objective, but I'm writing a book about really how the occultism behind Scientology, and not what I call the standard diatribe about him being involved with Jack Parsons. I'm going into the mechanics of the occult and his involvement in it, with spattering it with a bit of what he was about with his philosophy. But anyway, you finish your thing and then I'll respond.
Oh, well, pretty much I was going to ask you to define for all of us the term free zone Scientologist, which I presume you are.
No. Not a free zone Scientologist. What a free zone Scientologist, because then I would be a Scientologist.
I see.
And
okay.
right, if I'm anything other than a writer and a publisher, I'm a practitioner of Taoist Qigong.
I see.
But
okay, thank you.
So at one time when I got into Scientology in 1971, the definition in the Scientology abridged dictionary, it was like a little pamphlet. It said anyone who uses Scientology is a Scientologist. And it said there are 8 million Scientologists in the world. Now, anybody who uses Scientology, knowing it's Scientology, that could be anything. Even ex-people who hate Scientology probably use some piece of it because some piece of it made sense, much in the way you would know how to do something simple, like use a hammer or a power tool. So in other words,
as a personal tool. Yes, go on.
it's how you define it.
Right.
And the definition was later changed to anybody who was active, involved with the official church, and in good standing. Now, now anything that branched off from Scientology in the 1950s on into the 70s that was using Scientology techniques was branded as what was called a squirrel group by the church. And anybody who was a member of a squirrel group could never come back to the church proper. Now, the reason they called it a squirrel was on the idea of a squirrel going around in a cage and going nowhere. They said they're going nowhere. They're a squirrel group. Now, when Scientology had a major schism in 1981, 82, it was huge. When you had many people leaving, they went out and started up their own practices. Mm-hmm. And eventually, over the years, that became known as the free zone. And and I'm not going to go into too many details. And then some people didn't like the free zone, so they called themselves Independent Scientology. And they also, so there might be different names. Independent Scientologists. The Free Zone had their own website and still up, I'm sure.
Okay.
So if Jim Mars was shilling for the church, he was not a member of the Free Zone.
I see. Okay.
Because the church does not like the Free Zone. They don't like Independent Scientology. And I once had somebody who was active in the Church of Scientology. They got very hostile with me, saying that I was a member of the Free Zone. You're out there in the Free. I'm not in the Free Zone. I don't do Scientology. I don't practice it. That's not to say that I might not use some of what I know to help people.
Right.
And certainly it's very effective when I do. But I'm basically a writer, and for my spiritual stuff mostly is Qigong. And of course, the stuff I study is very highly into the metaphysical arena. So, but I can certainly clarify, and certainly on the topic that you were discussing the other night about why people are so.
We'll get into that. I'll lead us back into that. But first, I'm really pleased that you've clarified your stance, and it's very important that people understand this now. So we'll mostly represent or present clearly, to use a pun, Mr. Moon from this point forward as more or less a Taoist, basically a kind of martial arts Taoist, in the sense that he is a Tai Chi Chuan practitioner, and therefore is mastering the breath, or the soul, the essence of life itself, the Qi, through the Gung, or the mastery, the way of life itself, the essence thereof. And of course, this is something what the ancient Egyptians would call Ka, what the Japanese call Ki.
Or Ki.
Yes, well, that's the Japanese pronunciation.
Like in Ki, and very interesting when you say Ki.
Yeah.
And what's what my teacher used to say, the ancient Kemetic art, Ki, Qigong, Ki or Ki. Now, sometimes you'll see Qigong with a Qi. It'll be spelled that way, a Qi.
Right.
Or the Ki, but if you, the old term, ancient term for Egypt was Kemet.
Yes.
And if you take the Ki Mat, as in the goddess Mat, M-A''A'-T, who was the consort of Thoth or Tehute, then you have, this is the feminine Ki. Right. And this is what I was taught by my teacher, because his teacher, who was half Korean and half Chinese, was taught by his mother. And it was the first time a male was ever taught this ancient female tradition of Qigong, which was, she learned at the female section of the Shaolin Temple.
Right, and the Kem means black land, Kemet, and as in and this brings us back to the African aspect of Egypt, which of course Peter Moon is very familiar with through his study of the Nubian and Moorish cultures, more Moorish than Nubian, so to parallel this, and I want you to correct me and qualify my parallel before we move on. We're going to, or I will say, that it's similar to the case with Mormons, who, of course, are controversial. And the reason I have respect for the Mormon Church is in the sense of their relation with the Native American population. The Mormons, of course, doctrinarily, part of their very religious doctrine, believe that the Native American Indians are a lost tribe of Israelites, and for that reason they had the deepest respect for them and interacted with the Native Americans on a very brotherly and loving level. And for that reason, Native Americans, many of them, converted to the Mormon Church. I mean, this alone redeems the Mormon Church. It is a truly American religion. It is a purely American religion. If you want to look at something that's American, there's very few things that have developed in North America on the basis of the European invasion that have been original, new, and native to the continent of North America. The Mormon Church is one of them. And because it interacted with the Native Americans on a positive manner, a non-genocidal manner, a brotherly manner, then this alone makes them good. It puts them on the side of good, not to disavow or ignore the atrocities within the Mormon Church created by schismatics who are abusive or cultic in their practice. And there are many of those, and many people...
And satanic.
Yes, of that I have no doubt. And there are many of those who have victimized particularly women and children of both sexes, but women and children of both genders. So that needs to be reformed, just as the Roman Catholic Church needs that element to be reformed. That doesn't deny the contributions of the Roman Catholic Church to Western civilization, the preservation of knowledge that would otherwise have been lost had it not been preserved in the monasteries. These things need to be acknowledged, and the evils, the corruption within these churches, these entities, need to be dealt with. And other than that, it's not that we need to destroy these churches, but rather reform them. And so with that in mind, I've always been sympathetic to the positive aspects of Mormonism, and therefore for many years considered myself a Jack Mormon. And that term Jack Mormon meant a Mormon sympathizer. Now, what it's
actually, a Jack Mormon is somebody who's
I was about to say,
follow the religion.
Yes, I was about to qualify that. The definition changed. You see, back in the day that I understood it, Jack Mormon meant a Mormon sympathizer. Nowadays, it means someone who says they're a Mormon but doesn't practice it at all, like Mitt Romney. It means like Mitt Romney, just like what the Republicans would call a rhino, R-I-N-O, a Republican in name only. Mitt Romney would be a Mino, Mormon in name only. So please restate what you said. Yeah, say what you said now to because I kind of was riding over you with that. So you can restate.
About
Jack Mormonism. What's coming?
Well, the Jack Mormon is just a Mormon who doesn't follow the rules. He's lazy. He's doesn't like if somebody doesn't go to church. And he grew up in a Mormon household. He grew up in a Mormon environment. He's a Mormon in name only. Yeah.
Right. And so is that comparable? Is that parallel to a free zone Scientologist?
No, not really.
Okay.
Because a free zone somebody who calls himself a free zone Scientologist believes in Scientology and he's practicing it. He's just not practicing it within the confines of the church. The equivalent of a free zone Scientologist would be a Mormon splinter group, which Brigham Young was actually a splinter group of the Mormon Church. Joseph Smith bequeathed his church to a man named John Strang, S-T-R-A-N-G, who had problems in his own right. He went up to Wisconsin, where he found tablets. He eventually moved to an island on Michigan. And I think he was he ended up doing some very nasty things to people. Wow. But but Joseph Smith's family went with John Strang, because that was the successor. And Brigham Young, who was very active in Freemasonry, was an usurper.
Interesting.
And he was connected to Albert Pike and a man named Giuseppe Mazzini. Giuseppe Mazzini was the successor to the Bavarian Illuminati.
Okay. I'm sorry, go on. Finish.
Yeah, and he was the one. Giuseppe Mazzini was the sort of impetus that overthrew the Papal States.
Okay, interesting. Now, people are going to hear some noise now. This is my shaking this bleach bottle full of laxative that I'm going to start drinking at this point per prescription. So I'm going to start drinking at this time to prepare for colonoscopy tomorrow. You're going to hear gagging and retching noise in the background while I'm doing this.
You can mute when you do that.
Well, not really, because I'm going to be involved in the conversation.
But you can mute. You can use the mouse and mute on and off real quick. I mean,
I understand what you're saying. There's no point. I mean, honestly, I'd be doing that so often.
Gargle, it's okay.
It's part of the. How would I say? It's part of the entertainment for tonight. It's not vulgar in the sense. I'm saying this in humor that you'll hear the retching and sounds and whatnot. You're gonna hear some juggling here of this. Now, the pronunciation of Giuseppe, which is an Americanization and therefore basically a bastardization, a corruption. The actual pronunciation in the Italian is Giuseppe, just like with Vladislav Ceppish. It's spelled T-E-P-E-S. Your wife, of course, would correct you. She probably loves you too much to do so.
No. She speaks Italian. She lived in Italy.
No. I'm talking about the Romanian name, which is similar to Italian. I mean, they both come from Rome.
I thought you were talking about Giuseppe.
Yeah, I went from
Giuseppe. Say the G.
Yeah,
they will use the G in Italian.
Oh yeah, I know. They use the G in American a lot, but I've heard most Italians say it with the kind of the softer sound, the softer pronunciation. And Michaela Anastasia says I'm going to be running to the bathroom. Yes, honey. I know that. That's the intent. Hopefully I don't start too early, but that's why I have two people here and to burn bandwidth if I need to do so at any time. But, no big deal. I mean, you say tomato, I say tomato. With Vladislav Ceppish, however, I'm sure Paula would pronounce his name as Ceppish. T-E-P-E-S in the Romanian would come out with that T-S sound, the kind of Ceppish. But it sounds, it's not.
I always hear them. They always say Tepish.
Do they really in Romania?
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting.
I don't think it has that little thing under the T. That would be Tepish, but they don't have that little whatever they call it under the T. They call it Tepish.
It's interesting because it's probably like German. There's probably been a degradation of the language, because I can guarantee you, translating the old medieval grimoires, it did have that. That's probably
the Romanian language has been highly manipulated.
Yes.
And in fact, they have tried. If you go back into the ancient language, they use the Latin alphabet to make you think that the language came from Latin. But in actuality, they used to use the
Cyrillic. Yes,
alphabet.
Cyrillica. As a matter of fact, this is the difference between Romania and Moldova, or Moldavia in the vulgarization. Right across the river from Romania is the Moldavian kingdom at one point, now a former Soviet republic. And the only difference between those two people, they're genetically, ethnically, culturally the same, is a different alphabet.
Yes, but what I'm telling you is the regular Romanians had that same alphabet.
Mm-hmm. Originally, yes, I understand what you're saying.
And they were taken off that alphabet
by the Roman Empire. I'm assuming.
No. It was 100 years ago. It was 130.
Oh, okay.
It was the Revolution of 1848. And
okay.
Of 1848, what happened is that they took the people in Romania that were important, and they brought them to the Sorbonne in France, and they educated them in Freemasonry. They educated them, and they went back and changed the language and began using the
Latin alphabet.
The Latin alphabet.
Right.
And I think this was reinforced in the Crimean War.
Okay.
And Crimean War was what created the nation of Romania, the Crimean War.
Or it geographically gelled it as a modern entity. Yeah.
Well, yes, they said because this is where the people speak Romanian, so they made it into a country. Before, it was part of the Habsburg Empire,
right.
And they had, so they made the country the way they wanted to make the country, and it was, and all of this was about taking away the ancient heritage of the Romanian people and helping them forget it.
Right.
Helping, like in America. Medicine man of the Montauk Indians taught me there's something called a book Indian. And this is what we call a book. A book Indian is somebody who went to a university and studied about Indians and knows all about Indians. And he doesn't know about Indians because this is not the culture of what Indians believe and Indians teach. It's what universities teach you about Indians.
Right. No, I get it. I totally get it.
They call that a book Indian. So you could have a lot of what you call, and there are these people, book Romanians, and you start telling them about this stuff and they don't understand. They don't get it. Well, there are plenty of Romanians who do. The whole and the Goth. Now, if you study the Goths, the language of the Goths, you'll find that they don't know what it is. The whole culture of the Goths has been destroyed. It is basically the ancient Romanian culture, which they have people called the Jete or the Jete, and Jete is just another way of phonetically saying Gote, and Goth, and this is what the Goths were. All you'll see in history is Ostrogoths and Visigoths, and they portray them as something other than what they were. They kind of make them sound like a barbaric raiding people, but they were actually the original culture that became the Roman Empire and all these and the German Empire. And my mother-in-law has a lot of insight into this because she speaks Romanian and she speaks German.
Okay.
So it's like she can understand that both of these languages came from a similar source.
Right. Well, by the way, just to also clarify, and I thank you for that. By the way, I've just started drinking this vile crap. It tastes like liquid shit. I mean, this is disgusting. I mean, this is like, oh my God. At any rate, so you will be hearing some violent retching noises in the background. And in terms of, oh God, in terms of, before we move on, we must move on because this is best saved for another transition.
And don't say that too loud because if you say it tastes like liquefied shit, the Chocho might come and want to steal it from you.
Oh God, yes, thank you.
Thank you themselves.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh fuck. It reminds me of this one poor bastard who was just ordered extremely large Coke, like the kind they would sell at 7-Eleven or one of those franchises that has those special deals where you get like Coke in a bucket or something like that.
A bucket of Coke, yeah, a bucket of Coke.
Yeah, certain days. And it's not something to take home. It's actually something with ice in it that you drink on the spot, you know, and with the straw and shit. And big gulp is what they called it, where they bet you can't finish it. They say, we bet you can't finish it. And so some poor bastard had ordered one of those when that black guy with the weird eyes who looks like a turtle who developed that TAIPEI shit. I can't remember the fucker's name. But if you ever look at that TAIPEI, and, you know, Asians, of course, get a kick out of that. Like Daniel Arola. Thank you. Daniel Arola would know that guy's name. But the black guy who developed TAIPEI, as he called it, and something he could trademark and copyright. That guy was apparently walking around. He says Billy Blanks. Billy Blanks is the TAIPEI guy. Thank you. And Daniel Arola says, in regards to your drink, at least it's not what the Mastick character had to shit out for the plutonium bomb, Don Mastic in World War II. Yeah, there you go. It's not that with all the world's known supply of plutonium in it that they have to burn out. So Billy Bates was walking along and gave this guy some chewing gum that eliminated the human tongue's ability to taste sugar. And so he chewed on this chewing gum for a while, not knowing why this black guy gave it to him. It was basically some kind of like horrible prank. And after he chewed this gum that eliminated his ability to taste sugar, his Coke his big gulp bucket tasted like liquid shit, and he couldn't drink it after that. This is what that is like. This is like taking Billy Bates' sugar elimination tasting gum, and then the aftermath is just it's an experience you never want. You could live your entire life without having this experience, and you'll be the better for it. So at any rate, that aside, Dracula, of course, was in service with John Hunyadi, his fellow knight in the Order of the Dragon, and they stood as Europe's shield and buckler against the incursion of militant Islam under the Turks. Very specifically, the Ottoman Empire is the ethnic Turks and their rather secularized domination and militarization of Islam, very separate from the protectors of Mecca and Medina, the Hashimi dynasty, who are, of course, Arabic, very separate from the caliphate of the Iranians. Any of classical Islam was not represented by the militant expansionist empire of the Ottoman Turks. Very important to remember that the Muslims in the establishment of Dar al-Islam, or the land of submission, brought an entire world under their heel, unified by Islam, that in itself constitutes an empire that covered far more contiguous territory, far more territory when we include Indonesia, the largest archipelago in the world, non-contiguous from the arid crescent of Afroasia, North Africa and Southwest Asia and Central Asia, which became dominated by Islam. But altogether, this is a world that is far larger in geographic area and space and territory than the Roman Empire was. And it lasted far longer as a constituted entity. So it's an empire far more longer lasting, far more enduring, and far larger than the Roman Empire. That is Dar al-Islam. That aside, it's not expansionist in the sense that communism was, because it's never really gone beyond that territory ever since. It hasn't really expanded effectively or even willfully. The Turks, of course, were an exception to that. They desired to conquer Europe. They desired to make the fall of Rome their military objective. And they were a threat to what we deem today Western civilization, the Turks. And the men who stood against them, Dracula and John Hunyadi of Hungary. And what they both served was not the Habsburgs, but the Holy Roman Empire of the First Reich, the Empire of Holy Rome, which was neither it was neither Roman nor, many people would argue, holy, but rather the German Empire of the First Reich. And anyhow, Maria Gregorich warns myself, never mind running to the bathroom. You won't have time to park yourself on the throne. Oh, God, she gives me something to look forward to. Thank you, honey, for that. Lovely, just to... anyhow, we'll find out soon enough, won't we? At which point... anyhow, let's go on and bring this conversation to other areas. And we will, of course, bring up things as they come up, not necessarily so organically. They'll be within itinerary as far as I can run that itinerary while I'm running to the bathroom. Some shout outs to an individual from Ireland. And by the way, to our lovely lady Krystal, Madame River, make certain that anytime you wish, just go ahead and interrupt the twain of us. We don't want to be accused of being a couple of assholes who are basically oppressing you, okay? So every once in a while, insert yourself aggressively so that we don't, have
Sure.
that appearance. Thank you. I do encourage you to do that. Is there anything you wanted to say before I start, taking over for a few minutes at least?
No, go for it.
Thank you. Oh, God, I think I'm going to vomit. Anyhow, shout out to Dylan Keeley. Our lovely lady, Lena Shea, taught me not to say Dylan, which I was signifying my pronunciation of Dylan. Every time I referred to the mass murderer Dylan Thomas, I was using that Dylan mispronunciation. Dylan Keeley in Ireland says on my July 21st episode of Global Catastrophes, was the name of the episode of Critical Emissions. He entered a comment on that episode just, yesterday, saying, "You're an amazing man, Douglas Dietrich. Love, 3 hearts and 3 kisses, all the way from Dublin, Ireland. We love you, man. How you can speak for so long without taking a breath. It's like the words are already coming out of your mouth before you even think of them at times. But again, you are an amazing man. Love from Dublin, Ireland, 3 X's." And also says, love and admiration from Karen's fiance to Douglas, the lady right above. I assume he's referring to an icon on his YouTube channel that has since changed. From an avid fan and truth seeker, Bara from Ire. So my best unto they, whomever they can be, and they give me a name, etc., but I'm not really sure of their identity because of the lack of an image at this point on their YouTube channel. So it may be something they entered in July that only appeared on the YouTube now, which is the way YouTube sometimes works, like Facebook. It's very bizarre, and besides, everything I do is monitored anyway, and has oftentimes been shut down and reestablished, so these things happen. Just want to bring that out there as a shout out, and then a shout out to Jennifer Lynn Babarone, whose name may be pronounced Babaroni. Depends on, again, you say tomato, I say tomato, the dialect of where they're from, and of course they're in America, so it may have been corrupted. So Jennifer Lynn Barbarone, her surname spelled B-A-R-B-A-R-O-N-E, like Barbar One, if we were to butcher that, like saying Diet Rich instead of Dietrich, or Kishmayarth instead of Kishmayarth. Barbaroni is euphonic in its own way, but Barbarone is what I'll say. So Jennifer Lynn Barbarone says, I just listened to a very old John B. Wells from my iPod back when John was on C2C, Coast to Coast AM. It was all about Pearl Harbor, etc., which is probably why it was coming up on the search or put into her newsfeed. This date that she entered, it was December 7th, yesterday. She said, I just listened to a very old John B. Wells from my iPod back when John was on C2C. It was all about Pearl Harbor. I don't know why you are not wildly popular. I thought about calling in sick to listening to the recording further at home and taking notes nonstop. What the fuck? Renegade historian is a good description. I heard. Make sure you are able to stop and take notes. Don't be driving. His historical shows and recordings, look for them, learn, blow your mind. She entered that on the DDD Douglas Duane Dietrich public community fan page established by Maria Michaela Grigorich. And she also said on my December 4th transmission, the latest episode prior to this transmission tonight, my Latent Sainted Cyrus's solar return, or my womb matron, or my mother's birthday episode. She added this comment, I would like to help to get DDD more well known. Well, we've kind of gone into what you can do to help. Certainly, spread the word that the biological son of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and living in the city and county of San Francisco. That, of course, should get people's attention. And that at least is not a MacGuffin, as is the term used by how they're exploiting poor Dracula for this occult documentary that's being made in Romania that our man Peter Moon wants to help. But rather, it's a reality that will draw people in that I chose not to express until I was over 100 years old, because otherwise that would have destroyed my existence. That would have destroyed my life from the very beginning. Now, with John B. Wells, of course, I call him John Boy myself. I have no respect for the man. He's a loser and a coward. And that was ascertained when he refused to have me on anymore because he was scared that Michael Aquino would kill him. Well, fuck. If you value life that much, don't go into conspiracy. I mean, what the fuck does anyone going into the realm of forbidden knowledge It's forbidden for a fucking reason, right? If you're going to anything that is actually going to have any meaning, then people are going to get mad who are controlling that, exploiting that, taking advantage of other people's ignorance of the meaning. This is why people became occultists. The very term occult means to hide. They're secret keepers. They're gatekeepers. They're hiding reality. They're hiding that which gives them power over others. So if you're going into conspiracy, it is the conspiracy to hide truth, to hide facts that empower those who are hiding it, and it gives them power over others who are ignorant thereof. So everybody wants to go into this. Everybody wants to know more. And yet nobody wants to pay the price. So when you become the middleman, the middle person, who actually says you're conveying that which has some meaning, that which has some hidden fact, obscured from the hoi polloi, the masses, and yet you're afraid to die, what kind of a hack does that make you? It makes you a charlatan. It makes you a fraud. It makes you the enemy. You are at that point that which you rave against. And that is John Boy Wells, who took advantage of myself in a way that I could not avoid, because I had to get out there. Just like I had to work with people like Rose Dio or Paul Pravara, because they were thrown at me by Aquino, and I had no choice but to work with them because I have no money to pay anyone. And therefore, since no one was willing to work with me for free, then I worked with the Aquino assets, who were able to enable me to get myself out there in the public. They all had every intention of destroying me completely, and once I became totally dependent on them, copywriting and monetizing for themselves everything I had shared. And yet, each time they were foiled. So in that way, Michael Aquino always wins. Because even though he loses, he enjoys the chess game where I'm the only player capable of sweeping him off the board. And as his only challenge on planet Earth, above anything he faces, with those that control the empires of the world, Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, these are all pawns to Michael Aquino. But only Douglas Dietrich gives him game. And in that sense, John Boy Wells, yes, he was a tool to me. I had to work with someone I knew was a coward and therefore a piece of shit in order to get myself out there so that wonderful people like Jennifer Lynn Barbarone would learn of me. And they're still learning of me despite the fact that John B. Wells went totally chicken shit and just exploited the ratings he got because of me on Coast to Coast to get himself his own channel, Caravan to Midnight, even though the guy never stays up as late as midnight, and make himself a purveyor of so-called hidden knowledge by bringing you the same Aquino assets over and over again like Richard Disfo Dick Dolan. So he could say, oh, I'm giving you the secret space program, actually copyrighted and trademarked by Michael Aquino. That's the shit we got to deal with until people know
Douglas,
about me. Yes, go on, please.
This what you're sizing up, Wells, and it reminds me, and I'm going to give you a sports analogy, and this is part of the equation. You know why people fail you. It's like, okay, like say if you're playing baseball, players have particular skills. Some people can play the infield, some people can play the outfield, some people can pitch. When you put a player out of position, he can undermine the team real quickly because his skills are very specific. So when it comes to the sort of stuff that you have to offer, there's a certain aptitude that these people have, which is best defined by a word we don't hear anymore in this culture, it's the bourgeoisie. And the bourgeoisie is defined as the middle class, typically with reference to its perceived materialistic values or conventional attitudes. You have people that, like, you know, like say, this was the epitome of during the, you know, sort of the hippie movement and the anti-war movement. You would have been too young to have seen this. But all of a sudden, you had Bobby Darin, the famous singer, coming out with long hair and lecturing his audience. This is about 1972, about the war and why war is wrong. And I mean, it was so corny, it was laughable, because he was like a complete establishment figure who is now, so the point where it's becoming anti-war now becomes a conventional attitude.
Right.
You see,
it's just it's hip. It's in. It's hip. It's trendy. Yeah.
Exactly. And this was explained to me once. They had a couple of clubs in New York City. One was called, I think, the Tunnel, and I think the other one was called Limelight. I don't know, but they were like really trendy clubs. And then when they said when the lawyers and the Wall Street people would come in, all the trendy people would leave. and then the club would eventually close down. Because this is what happens. They'll follow the trend like a herd. Yeah. Another one is, and this is one thing I might put it in my book, because when people read about the stuff that I write about, you know, the same thing happened in the Beat Generation. Jack Kerouac. Mm-hmm. Jack Kerouac wrote the book, the classic book On the Road, and part of what he does in that book is he gets on trains and rides the trains with the hobos all the way out to California, where he kind of is at the gestation of what becomes the beatnik phase.
Right.
And he, like, they'd eat dog food, canned dog food, you know, because it was nutritious, and this is what the hobos eat.
And it was cheap.
So
yeah.
Back in the 80s.
By the way, a lot of senior citizens were forced to do that starting in the 70s and shit. So go on. Yeah, just expenses. So go on. Yeah.
Well, in the 1980s, I remember reading in the New York Times about how now these were six-figure executives, whatever they were, in Manhattan, when six figures meant a lot more than it did today. Mm-hmm. It still means a lot today, but it meant a lot more then. And it said that they would, you know, go out and take and organize groups and, you know, ride the trains like for the experience. I mean, this to me is so stupid. It is so corny. I never wanted to ride a train like that, you know. I mean, okay, you're not gonna, you know, have the Jack Kerouac experience. I mean, what Jack Kerouac did, and he was, you know, he was functionally, you know, I mean, he was Section 8 right out of the military. They didn't want him.
Right, right. By the way, Section 8, just for our younger listeners, Section 8 means like insane asylum. That means that he spent time in what they call an MHU these days, a mental health unit.
Mentally unfit for service, that's all. He may not have been in an asylum. He might have been in an asylum, but mentally unfit for service.
Right, right. But yeah, back in the day of my dad.
And that was at a time when people might try to feign it. Yeah. But he couldn't. I mean, that's just what he was. He didn't belong in the military.
Right.
So they you know, aced him right out of there.
Right.
But I'm saying is this idea of, you know, it's like you're living vicariously some other idealistic thing.
Right.
And it's not
reality.
It's not a smart thing to follow somebody else's path.
It's
better to follow your own path.
Right. It's posing, and these people are posiers, and these posiers are just they're repulsive. They're intrinsically repulsive to people who are trying to be real. And that's a term.
Yes. And if you went into the actual beats,
right.
And I'm talking about William Burroughs, and you would have gone into a den of heroin addicts and netherworld type creatures,
right?
With a lot of they and William Burroughs went to Morocco, to Tangier,
right?
Where you could get underage boys.
Yeah. The whole beatnik trip was incredibly homosexual. We're talking about a den of drug addicted.
Allen Ginsberg.
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about a den of drug addicted queers who are just basically. But the romantic beatnik is what I would embody or personify with the G.I. Joe action figures. If anyone ever takes a look at the old G.I. Joe action figures, the original line, and they later on issued a reissue of the action figure characters. They had a wonderful line, which was fabulous, of the international figures, they called them, that included the Japanese G.I. Joe of World War II, the German G.I. Joe of World War II, and the Russo-Soviet G.I. Joe of World War II. I mean, this was incredible. Also, the Australian Jungle Fighter. One of these lines, one of the products of this line, was the French Freedom Fighter. And basically, you wondered why they bothered to put out an action figure for that, because the uniform was so simplistic. It was a non-uniform. It's a resistance fighter. So you have the G.I. Joe figure with basically a black turtleneck sweater and black jeans and like a European Viet Cong, instead of the rice paddy field hat of a farm worker proletariat. You have a beret, a black beret. So basically, this was the romantic fashion of the beatniks, of the straight crowd, heterosexuals who were male or female, that were into poetry and the cafe culture. And these were the romanticized beatniks that filtered out of what was a far more visceral and physically dangerous den, as our man Peter expressed it, a what in the French would be a demi-monde, a half-world.
Well, yes, and it's important that when you go into the fringe, it can be a lot more, I guess what you'd say, upside down than most people have a aptitude for. And of course, I found this in the research.
You mean what most people have a tolerance for? So go on. Yes.
Well, like say one thing was Preston Nichols, who was doing Reichian techniques, right, on people, which is of course completely out of the bounds of anything that people are, is socially conducive to normality.
Right, and just as a minor little rabbit hole here, I have to get out before it dribbles out my ears, or before I vomit, or before I run to the bathroom. The Wilhelm Reich is what Peter Moon is referring to, and Wilhelm Reich conceptualized orgone, which is the Western concept that best relates to chi, ki, or ka. Orgone would be the orgasmic energy of life itself, the essence of what makes human life a wonderful experience, what makes us incarnate bodily, the orgasmic experience of life that is able to reproduce itself. This is what Wilhelm Reich dedicated much of his life to basically isolating. And that is the kind of Reichian psychotechnology that our man Preston Nichols was trying to apply, as in our applied technology. Only this stuff gets a lot more mechanical than you would have with the technology of Scientology, which we would understand more as a technique, something like.
Well, the Reichian stuff was very hands-on, physical, not only by Reich, but with what Preston did.
Yeah, so
and
go on.
Had
take over.
The secret papers of Reich that he had found in a barn.
Did they die with him? Did they die? What happened to those papers? When he disappeared, did they disappear or what?
With Preston, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Preston stuff. And it's, you know, the beautiful thing that I've been able to do is move beyond that paradigm with the whole time travel thing.
Right.
It's not that stuff doesn't have relevance, but it's like it kind of gets sort of short circuits in the end. Right. As well, Wilhelm Reich, you know, basically ended up dying in jail because the government went after him.
He was murdered in jail.
Yeah, murdered. But you see, the thing is, and this is the beautiful thing about Qigong, you learn Guardian Qi, so you protect yourself. You don't want to be in a continual state of paranoia. And it depends, but back to what I was going to say is that area also, when I embraced Marjorie Cameron, this, I guess, precipitated me breaking into the pagan community. And the pagan community is of completely upside down to the, you know, standard white patriarchal Christian, Muslim, Judaic community.
Right.
It's like it's completely upside down, and people cannot be around pagans. And of course, pagans can have their own problems unto themselves as well, because they're human beings. Yes. But just their culture, which is a different culture, can be so, people can be so polarized by it without them doing anything weird. If they start doing, you know, I'm saying without them doing anything weird, then if they start doing something weird, then it's just going to turn people's, you know, spin their heads around. So that, whatever the thing is, to have so many people, so many writers write from a sense of, the word would be, you know, arrogant, Judaic Christian sensibility, you know, this sort of arrogant superiority that they will write from a vantage point when they go to look at anything that, and this includes the scientific community. It's incredibly arrogant, and it's really, I guess what you would say, bourgeoisie. And people can't go out of that reference frame. And it's, you know, it's okay to understand the reference frame, particularly if you're going to be communicating to that reference frame and you're going to change the ideas of that reference frame. So you have to understand it and regard it. Whether you respect it or not is a different issue, but you have regard for it, and in a sense you are respecting it so that you can communicate into this and change it, which led me to thinking, when you were talking about your biography, which I don't think of it as your biography, but that's okay. But we get into the third book, and for those who don't know, the first book is going to be about Roswell and the Rising Sun that I do with Douglas. The second book will be about, on the same theme as Satan's Crusaders and the takedown of the Presidio. The third book will explore more of some of the more interesting aspects of his personal life. But I was thinking, if we use the title for your book, including the Hitler lineage, to call it Mein Kampf, not that we shouldn't, Mein Kampf Jr. Because if you give it a title like that, boy, is it going to attract the attention of many media sources. Just because they say, what the hell is this book, Mein Kampf Jr.? What the hell is this? What the hell? We got to read this, you know? And then they'll read it, and they might find that they don't object to it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I hate the title Junior. I mean, obviously, Junior has this connotation which is just tacky as hell, but something equivalent to that.
But I know, but it's poking. It's really poking a lot of. I mean, you get attention from the.
Understood. No, the Mein Kampf part. Understood. Definitely get it. We'll dwell on it. We'll think about something.
Yeah, or you don't have to. I mean, you don't want to call it Mein Kampf because then it gets confused with the other book.
Understood. I know. I get it. No, I totally get it. We have to add something to it. You can't say Mein Kampf 2 or Mein Kampf sequel. Whatever we come up with, we'll come up with something. But definitely, I understand what Peter's saying as well. I use the term biographer out of the sense of my own it's simplistic. It's applicable, but at the same time, I use it, of course, to gratify my ego. Yeah, I have fun with that in saying that because I can.
Well, it is your biography, and it's the hidden part of it. It's not the necessarily.
It's definitely biographical. It's definitely biographical.
Yeah, it's biographical, and it's like, you know, it's not all the details of your upbringing. It's the poignant parts of it, the significant parts that highlight the important issues and important matters.
Yes, and I want to thank you for that. Believe me, everything Peter is saying is wonderful. By the way, it's 6:45 p.m. here. We're a quarter from the top of the hour. I'm holding up fine so far, despite the fact that I'm drinking this. It's like, you know, they have what they call Crystal Coke or Coca-Cola, where they took the colorization out of it, so that's crystal clear. And you get this impression of, you know, things being crystal as being clean, you know, kind of like Scientology with the concept of clear, with getting rid of the Ingrams.
What does it taste like? What does Crystal Coke taste like? I never.
It tastes just like Coke. Tastes just like Coke. This, on the other hand, this is like, you know, crystal shit. This is like crystal shit. It's like yeah, it tastes like, it's just indescribable. This is like awful.
Could they put some flavor in it that would help?
I stuck the flavor in it. They have a flavor.
Not compromise it?
They've got some flavor package that comes with it that you use with it that will not compromise it. Unfortunately, I can't flavor it with anything else. Anyone else? Well, somebody took a piss in this, it would taste better than the way it tastes now. Oh, holy shit. But one of the things I wanted to bring up is that before I go into this, of course, I'll invite Krystal to say something. She must have some observations before I take over for a few minutes towards the top of the hour at least. Honey, is there something that you would like to say based on everything we've been saying? Any observations?
I'm learning, and I feel comfortable to jump in, but
okay, thank you, honey. Good. And oh, by the way, to the young lady, there's a young lady who wants to remain anonymous. Lovely, honey. By the way, the last things I ate before I had to stop eating were those wonderful little creme-filled cookies you sent me. What we'll call tasteful Oreos. You know, not mass-produced, but you know, much higher quality. So, wonderful young lady sent me some creme-filled cookies and a care package. She sent me a care package. And there's wonderful people who have in the past sent me care packages like Judith Agert and all the rest. I love them all who have done so. And this is, of course, Pearl Harbor Memorial Day, as it would be known in the West, and certainly it deserves that respect. And that was yesterday, but it is today in Asia, where it's more of a Pearl Harbor commemorative date, because this was Asia's strike against the West. And when I say Asia's, most Americans, of course, are entirely ignorant of the fact of who they were fighting against. And because of the diplomatic necessity of revising World War II in the context of the Cold War, most Americans forget that Spain was an Axis power, and they forget Romania was an Axis power. They think of Italy, Germany, and Japan as the big three of the Axis power, and basically that's all they remember, and they think of everyone else as occupied or somehow coerced. The reality was that Germany and Japan could never have accomplished what they did without the voluntary support of many other nations. And among them, of course, were those that declared war against the United States of America, the Greater British Empire, and ultimately the Soviet Union at the time that Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. And when Japan did so, one of the nations to declare war against the United States, aside from Japan, was China. And this was under one of the three governments on the mainland, there being two other governments that people remember, those being, of course, the Communist Chinese and the Nationalist Republic of China, that was, quote-unquote, allied with America. Indeed, the first nation to take up arms against the Axis was Nationalist China. But there was a third China, which both Nationalist China and Communist China were anxious to deny in the wake of Japan winning World War II. And that was, of course, collaborationist China, as the Americans would call it, or the communists. This was, of course, the China of Yuan Shikai. Yuan Shikai was a ethnic Chinese warlord who declared himself the first ethnic Chinese emperor of China in hundreds of years. The other emperors of China not being ethnically Chinese for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, China was under foreign dynasties. The foreign dynasty of the Mongols, and then the foreign dynasty of the Manchus, who are not Chinese. And so the Japanese were going to be the third successor foreign dynasty if the Americans had forced them to assume that position. If the Americans had tried to invade Japan, Emperor Hirohito would have relocated the Yamato dynasty to China, at which point they would have become the third foreign dynasty of China. In the interim, there was native dynasties, or indigenous Asian dynasties, the Japanese were working with. And all of these indigenous dynasties declared war against the United States side by side with Japan, simultaneous and in alliance with Japan. Thailand, under their king, Emperor Bao Dai of Vietnam, and of course Yuan Shikai of monarchist China, separate and in disambiguation from communist or nationalist Republican China. And so all of this happened on the date of Pearl Harbor's attack and the simultaneous attack against Clark Air Base in the Philippines, the simultaneous attack against Port Darwin in Australia, where far more bombs were dropped by the Japanese at Port Darwin than were dropped on Pearl Harbor. All of this is something Americans and much of the West are totally ignorant of. So I do bring that up because I'm obligated to do so. And as that dear lady, Madame Barbaron, brought up, this is how people have heard of me. They've heard of me through my military analyses. So I'm obligated to bring up, again, the military analysis that will lead us back towards Keith Johansen and other people that our man Peter was going to talk about. Now, one of the things that I was bringing up that brought up the question of Keith Johansen, where he was coming from, why he tried to ambush me on live, on bandwidth, and on record, when I was the only person in the world who was helping him, who was promoting him. We're going to get into that. But that will be collateral to a bit of review on the Battle of Savo. And the Battle of Savo is important because it is, as I said, the Japanese succeeding in accomplishing what they didn't at Pearl Harbor, because Pearl Harbor was a trap. Pearl Harbor was, of course, as the Americans will tell you, because the Americans have a contradictory objective. They have a self-contradictory objective. Their self-contradictory objective is, first of all, if they really gave you the history of World War II, you would be apt to say, well, at this point, do away with the fucking military. The military has done nothing to help America and everything to hurt it. It certainly hasn't protected or defended America in any war, including the war which defines America itself, World War II. So in order to prevent you from saying, oh, we got to get rid of the military has to say, we were prepared for World War II, even though they try to propagandize Pearl Harbor as a surprise attack. So the military has to say the reality, well, we broke all the Japanese codes. So you'll hear the military say, we broke all the Japanese codes. We have a professional code-breaking department, naval security. That was the name of the department. They don't call it ciphers. They don't call it encryption. They just called it naval security in World War II. So they feed you this reality where they broke the Japanese codes. Then they still say it was a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. Well, to contextualize all this, the Battle of Savo does it perfectly. The reality, of course, as I exposed on Coast to Coast AM, in company of both George Norrie and John B. Wells at different times, was that Pearl Harbor was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy in the sense that they all knew the Japanese were going to attack. So why did Pearl Harbor happen? It happened because they needed to propagandize it as a surprise attack. They needed to make America look as if it had been victimized. And in order to promote victimhood, they had to sacrifice sailors and ships they could afford to sacrifice. So nothing of value was at Pearl Harbor. None of the aircraft carriers, none of the submarines. All that was there at Pearl Harbor were World War I dreadhulks that would never survive another war. They were meant to be disposed of, and the Japanese did America a favor by salvaging them, by sinking them so that they could either be salvaged or completely done away with or made into propaganda museums. All of this, of course, would enable the Navy to force the Americans to fund something they would never otherwise fund. And the Battle of Salvo, however, was all of that in real time, in real war. Unlike Pearl Harbor, where they had a merchant ship, literally a goddamn merchant ship, a fucking trawler, with a wooden deck on it, made to look like an aircraft carrier, a literal floating duck decoy. The USS Utah sank by the Japanese as a aircraft carrier when the Japanese realized, hey, that ain't no goddamn carrier. That's a goddamn merchant ship with a wooden deck. And then it was reported back to Admiral Yamamoto, this is a trap. And the Japanese pulled out instead of launching a third wave. And therefore the Americans were deprived of their ambush, where their man, Admiral Halsey, was waiting on the USS Enterprise, fully armed, fully loaded, ready for combat, for attacking the third wave of Japanese incoming at Pearl Harbor. And because the Americans were denied that ambush where they would have caught the Japanese red-handed in the attack, took them out, eliminated the Japanese fleet, the carrier task force, the core of the modern fleet, and declared a victory all at once, making themselves victimized and victors all at once, and developing full American mobilization for full funding of a genocidal conflict that would have been infinitely easier. The Americans instead were faced with the carrier task force still extant, which wasn't sunk until Midway, which the Americans propagandized as the victory in World War II. You can look this up, and everyone all over the internet, speaking in English, will say, Midway, the great American victory at World War II. It was all over after Midway. Oh, the Japs had nothing left to float on the high seas after Midway in terms of carrier threat projection. The Battle of Salvo takes all that and shit cans it. It all goes into the shit can. And this was after Midway. So, August 9th of 1942, the Battle of Salvo was right at the beginning of the Guadalcanal campaign. Salvo Island was the first Japanese reaction to the United States Marine Corps landing on Guadalcanal. It was a brutal battle of naval forces, namely the Imperial Japanese Navy against the United States Navy and the Royal Australian Navy. The first Battle of Salvo Island, known in Japanese sources as Daiichi Solomon Kaisen, the first Battle of the Solomon Sea, its correct name, and colloquially among Allied Guadalcanal veterans as the Battle of the Five Sitting Ducks, was a naval action fought in the early hours of August 9th, 1942, in which the Japanese surprised, quote-unquote, United States and Australian warships, sinking 4 Allied cruisers, including the HMAS, His Majesty's Australian ship, the Canberra. The reason this is so important is, of course, like Pearl Harbor, there was no surprise. The Americans simply, like at Pearl Harbor, fucked it all up. At Pearl Harbor, they thought they'd attack the Japanese on their third wave and accomplishes everything I articulated. Instead, like at Salvo, they fucked up. Now, Salvo itself is a small island in the Solomon Islands, along with Guadalcanal and Florida Island, which lie in the South Pacific. These islands are relatively close to Australia, and because of this, Allied forces feared that if the air base were completed, the Japanese would easily be able to disrupt any supply lines that ran to Australia. The Allied forces were seeking to take control of this area, utilizing boots on the ground because the Japanese were building this air base on Guadalcanal. Now, while bringing transports and supplies and troops in, the Allied forces set up their ships in formation to hopefully protect the operation. This eventually led to the Battle of Savo Island, as the Japanese began to attack them. Now, American troops had begun to invade several of the Solomon Islands on August 7th, one of which is still Guadalcanal, and certainly it was a location before it became a battle. The Allied forces wanted these islands for supply and support reasons. It was thought the Japanese would affect Allied communications, supplies, and support between the United States, Australia, and New Zealand, what would become ANZUS, or Australia, New Zealand, and the United States, a half-assed kind of alliance system, analogous loosely to NATO, albeit without the legal guarantees, which are rendered quite useless in both NATO and ANZUS, though in ANZUS even more so. Different subject. So the Allies attacked the islands, and as they began doing so, they brought in ships to bring in more troops and supplies. And on August 7th, 1942, the United States Marines' 1st Division landed on the Japanese-held islands of Guadalcanal and Tulagi in the Solomons. Now, the Japanese had nearly completed construction of their major airfield, named Henderson Airfield by the Americans, which, if operational, would have threatened lines of communications between the United States and Australia. And so 8 cruisers, including the HMAS Australia, the HMAS Kambana, and HMAS Hobart, with 8 destroyers commanded by British Rear Admiral Victor Crutchley of the Victorian Cross, protected the transports and troops ashore. The Japanese quickly took note of this and attacked with an air fleet. That attack was largely unsuccessful, but it did cause some minor damage. On August 8th, the Japanese cruisers were ordered to attack Allied ships. And so in response to these Allied amphibious landings in the eastern Solomon Islands, the Imperial Japanese Navy undertook a night surface attack on the ships screening the Allied landing force. Commanded by Vice Admiral Gunichi Mikawa, the Japanese task force, consisting of 7 cruisers and 1 destroyer, sailed from Rabaul, New Britain, one of the largest Japanese bases in the Pacific, and Compiègne, New Ireland, down New Georgia Sound, also known as the Slot, to attack the Allied fleet. The Japanese planned to approach Savo Island under the cover of darkness, pass south of Savo, initiate their attack against the Allied southern force, then turn to the northwest in order to engage the northern force. And with the second attack completed, the Japanese planned to continue through the channel north of Savo and then steam back up the Slot toward Rabaul. The Battle of Savo Island technically began on August 8th, 1942, and came to a close on August 9th. Early on the 9th of August, the Japanese cruisers entered that channel between Savo Island and Guadalcanal. The Japanese opened fire at 1:43 a.m. and ceased fire about 30 minutes later, by which time His Majesty's Australian ship Canberra and 3 American cruisers, the Vincennes, Astoria, and Quincy, had been fatally damaged. Now, as at Pearl Harbor and every other battle in the Pacific War, the Allies had all the strength in numbers. The Japanese came to this battle with only 1 single destroyer, 2 light cruisers, and 5 heavy cruisers. The Allied forces were deploying afloat 15 destroyers, 12 light cruisers, and half a dozen heavy cruisers to protect the harbor and transports coming in. And the Allies were in position to protect against any attack. The Allied forces had set up shop in a certain formation to protect transport ships coming into the harbor. The Eastern Front sat between Florida Island and Guadalcanal. On the Eastern Front, there were 4 ships protecting 2 transport groups on either side. On the south side, 4 ships sat just off the coast of Guadalcanal, and on the northern side, 5 ships lay right off the coast of Florida Island. Finally, to the west of Savo Island, there were the two destroyers, the USS, or United States Ship Blue, and the USS Ralph Talbot, which were being used not only to protect, but also for their radars, which the Americans had and the Japanese did not, afloat in the field. Japanese cruisers were spotted heading towards the islands. They were seen. The Americans knew they were coming. The Japanese task force was spotted by reconnaissance aircraft, but poor reporting and message handling delays obscured the significance of the intelligence. That was the command excuse. More realistically, the command was so incompetent, they didn't know what to do with what they had. See, earlier in the day, on August 8th, Japanese cruisers were actually spotted by a submarine as they were moving through the St. George Channel. The USS S-38 spotted the fleet first, followed by scout planes who alerted the Allied forces down around Guadalcanal of the ships that were coming. And these alerts not only arrived late, but were also incorrectly reported, which was just the command way of putting the responsibility on the servicemen. And so the Japanese attacked from the northwest. The Japanese made the trek from Rabaul and Kavieng on the 8th. Once they realized their aerial raids were not effective on the Allied forces who were near Savo Island, Florida Island, and Guadalcanal, they entered the harbor from the northwest, sliding past two destroyers and the island of Savo itself. As they did this, they first attacked the southern front, which saw a lot of damage from these initial attacks. The battle took place at night, which the Japanese were trained to fight in the dark. The Americans were not. So the battle was actually fought in the pitch black of night, which didn't help the Allied forces in any way. The Japanese had actually been practicing night battle tactics before this and were wanting to attack at night as they knew the Allied forces would be totally unprepared for it, despite all their radar and technological advantage. And minutes before the battle, several ships' captains, on the Allied side of course, were asleep. Because of this, patrol ships failed to recognize the fleet of Japanese ships that were just a mile away, literally within sight. These ships were able to get by undetected as the Allied patrol radars were interrupted by nearby land formations, islands. And as the Japanese began engaging Allied ships, they lit up those ships with searchlights and flares, allowing them to be spotted and targeted easily. The Allied surface forces were caught unaware and routed, losing 1 Australian and 3 American cruisers. The HMAS Canberra was scuttled in the battle. Now, several ships were actually sunk during the battle. The Australian heavy cruiser Canberra was heavily damaged and on fire, and the Allied troops were looking to leave the area by 6:30 in the morning. As another ship arrived to clear the men from Canberra, it was decided that if the fire couldn't be quenched soon, then the ship should be sunk to prevent the Japanese from gaining it as a trophy. Because of this decision, shortly after all of the men were removed from the ship was sunk by the USS Selfridge and the USS Elliott. It took nearly 300 shells and 5 torpedoes to sink the Canberra, their own allies. Allied dead totaled 1,023, with 709 personnel critically injured. The Japanese suffered only slight damage. The Allies suffered heavy casualties. Quite obviously, the Allied forces lost the 3 heavy cruisers, which sank. That other heavy cruiser I just articulated suffered heavy damage and was subsequently scuttled, sinking, which means sinking a ship intentionally by allowing water to fill the hull. And they also had 2 destroyers damaged, but none of their light cruisers suffered from major damage. In total, the Allied forces had 1,077 fatalities, or people killed during the battle in disambiguation from casualties or injured, which numbered towards 1,000. The Japanese only suffered some light damage to 3 cruisers. They also had a relatively low casualties count, with estimates in terms of people actually killed, fatalities, ranging from half 100, or around 58, to 129. about over 100. Now, the reason why this count is so off, and no one knows what the fuck it is because the Japanese count 58. The Americans are more than doubling the count because of the Keith Johansson effect. Like the guy who sabotaged myself on air, tried to discredit me on air, tried to ambush me on air. The Americans doubled the count of Japanese dying because they were counting fatalities that were inflicted long after the battle. It would be like taking people who were injured in a train wreck and then died weeks later due to internal injuries after spending weeks on life support. It would be like counting those people immediately as fatalities in the train wreck as if they died on the spot. That is what the Americans are doing to more than double the count. So the battle itself has come to be identified, regardless, as the worst defeat in a single fleet action suffered by the United States Navy. Indeed, the Battle of Savo Island was the worst open sea defeat in all United States naval history. 4 heavy cruisers were sunk and over 1,000 sailors were lost, unlike Pearl Harbor, where all the ships that were sunk were ships the Americans were going to scuttle anyway. And all the sailors who died didn't matter to the Americans because these were young swabbies, as they called them in my father's Navy, who were untrained to serve on either a carrier or a submarine and were completely expendable. These were deckhands. These were men who were fit only to swab the decks. These men were boys. They were all considered expendable because they could always draft more. On the other hand, the veterans, survivors of World War I, who they needed to train new sailors that they drafted. These were the kind of sailors like my father, who died at the Battle of Savo, where they lost over 1,000 of them. And in the end of this first chapter of the Guadalcanal campaign, Admiral Turner made conclusions based on what he thought the enemy would do and neglected to assess what they could do. He discounted the very course of action that Mikawa executed based on racism, based on his inability to even conceive that the Japanese were anything more than subhuman primates pretending to be human, literally monkeying, as the term was in my father's day, human beings, by manning ships as if they were people. Now, when the United States Navy left, the United States Marines had rations for 37 days and ammunition for only 4 days of heavy fighting. The Marines were left sans any exterior communications or support of any kind, meaning without any support or logistics, no assurance that any help was on the way, no source of information or observation except for a primitive tower left by the fleeing Japanese. And the legacy of the Navy's abandonment of their own Marines, their own infantry, generated hard feelings for decades to come. Future transports in the immediate operational sense were affected. For the next several months following the battle, transports carrying supplies and reinforcements came in small groups and almost always during the day, never at night. The night belonged to Japan, the empire, ironically enough, of the rising sun. The transports weren't completely alone either, as they would have to be accompanied by several aircraft for added protection. The end result was the Marines left on Guadalcanal had no supplies for 3 months, leaving them, in the end, cannibals. They ate each other. I know of this because I destroyed the documents. If you're left without food, believe me, in a matter of but a 14 nights, a fortnight, or 12 weeks, people begin to look edible. And when left alone for 3 months, the Marines ate over half of each other. And they used their ammunition to kill each other for food. This is beyond defeat. This is ignominy. And yet, I had a man in denial, Before we go into the analysis of that, J-Mo Reese, a shout out to my young black African-American brother in battle. He wrote a kind of essay on this that'll take us in several directions, which Peter Moon can address. J-Mo said on the comment he entered on YouTube per my latest episode, the Solar Return episode dedicated to my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, Diana Zujin Lin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, my mother. He said, the expose of Ed Dames was flat out hilarious. It's even more hilarious than his Nibiru scare hoax. They seem to exemplify American incompetence. As for that Johansson fellow, maybe he was paid off? It seems absurd for a man Japan treated so fucking well to turn on it to defend America, which his service damn near destroyed him. He's referencing here his service, Keith Johansson's service, with NATO command, which he himself later denied, not his service, but the fact that he was serving at SACEUR, which is an acronym for Supreme Allied Command, Europe, SACEUR, all uppercase. Something which you yourself can look up and verify existed. SACEUR, denied by Keith Johansson as ever having existed, or that he ever served in when he himself claimed and did serve in NATO High Command. So there's a series of contradictions here in the man's own history. Not that he was a fraud, but you have to ask why. Why was he denying the reality of the NATO High Command he served in after it had simply changed its name from the World War II command structure to the NATO command structure? As if it had never existed. As if he had never heard of the acronym, which you yourself can look up. So, J-Mo says, perhaps there is something genetic that seems to create a form of white solidarity, of blind faith in Murica, in white American males. And here he uses the term Murica from, what's his name? Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ, who first provided us that American pronunciation. He called it Murica, and referred to Americans as Muricans. So J-Mo Reese, though a young man, is well aware of his cultural history and harkens back to LBJ when he brings that term up. He says it is no surprise, as the Americans historically before this was a nation, colonists, were probably questionable genetic stock from the outset. Rejects, which would have been interbred with those immigrants to come later from other parts of Europe. Sans his being paid off, or coerced by Aquino's network, I can see no rationale in denial of history. He says, my common sense historical question would tend towards any doubters that Japan won the war would be why Hirohito was able to pass his lineage on if Japan had lost World War II. It wouldn't have been possible, as the Asian genocide empire that was the Allies would have executed him. In other words, what he's saying here is that Japan was portrayed and was, to extent, a genocidal empire, and yet the Americans held Emperor Hirohito in no responsibility. That's just a common observation without the details you expose, which can be vetted. And he says, of course I fell out of my chair when you mentioned the guy who claimed because America was cleaning up the bodies affected by Fat Man and Little Boy was in itself evidence Japan had lost. My goodness, how dumb one has to be to ignore the obvious. And I'm sure that guy was not the only one who thought that way, serving the American armed forces. Fucking hilarious. So he's bringing up the fact that the Americans had to clean up the bodies at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and yet we're claiming... Alright, shit.
I can hear you, Douglas. Did you go off? You went offline?
Yes, I went offline, but we stayed on Skype. Okay.
I can check it because, well, I guess I can. Let me see.
It says offline on my YouTube.
Okay, so we might have to restart.
You went offline?
Yeah.
We're still going.
We stayed on Skype.
Okay. I can check it because, well, I guess I can. Let me see.
It says offline.
Okay.
On my YouTube.
Daniel says I hear you now.
I can hear you on my Skype, and it's going to repeat.
Okay. No worries.
Well,
okay.
I guess I can.
It says offline.
Okay.
On my
Daniel says I hear you now. So I need everyone to verify that they can hear us. I knocked us offline by accident, just moving around. Selena, oh, I'm sorry. Young lady says, can hear you. Okay, thank you, honey. Anyhow, I'm feeling deathly sick. So, let me continue as well as I can. I knocked us offline because I'm moving around, basically thrashing in illness. This drink is literally making me sick. And I hit the stupid keyboard on the laptop and knocked us offline. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check around, see the live dashboard, see if we need to restart a new link like I had to do with the other interrupted episode. And I'll ask people, of course, to confirm whether or not they can hear us now. So everybody, do report. Do come and tell me whether or not you can hear me. And that way we're confirmed that we're back on to the same stream as opposed to my having to start a new live stream. And this is a product of both whatever preconditional illness I'm suffering and the drink that's literally making me sicker. The preconditional illness being, probably pneumonia, which I've had in the past. No new link needed from Lena Crane. Hey, honey. I love you more than I can fucking say. Stro Show 22 says, can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Maria Gregorich tells me to go rest, and she's probably right. Michaela Nastasia says, you're back online. Daniel Arola says, yeah, you're back on. Elena says, we're all being heard. Veronica Berra says, buenos noches, Douglas. Hey, honey. Love you deeply, senor. Mira. And, senora. And, Esuji says, sleep with a towel under your oshiri. Yes, under my oshiri. Yes, that's right. What he's saying is basically sleep with a towel under my ass in case I shit the bed. And Vicky Johnson says, you are being heard. Krystal Fremel says, we are back on. My love to all, including Sarah Shields, who says Douglas has fortitude. Thank you, honey. All right, to get back to what I was saying, J.M.O. Reese says... to finish this off, what he said. He says that, how is it that purely American Japanese get treated as subhumans to be interned and prepared for extermination had the Americans not lost the war and Japan demanded their release? He says, after loss in the Pacific, how do Americans all of a sudden, post quote-unquote surrender, become so kind towards Japan? It seems odd to go from trying to exterminate the Japanese race to all of a sudden cleaning up nuclear waste America itself be responsible for, exposing a massive amount of American troops to radioactive waste while not laying a finger on Emperor Hirohito, the Dragon Emperor himself, and very, very deserving of the title. Those are the words of J.M.O. Reese. The only obvious conclusion is America did not win against Japan's empire. I never tire hearing about this because it always leaves me laughing hysterically. Love the historical details always. I suppose not being in the same ethnicity of Keith Johansson, this be as much a mystery to me as well. I can only look from a pragmatic perspective, which those of his ilk may be anything but, which given a political climate still driven by ethnic and racial bias, may prove factual. They're just crazy by genetic expression. Money or clear fear of threat are the only things sensible as an explanation. Sans those two things, then we have an enigma, a mystery, in which one would have to expect a genetic degradation, probably from all the thousands of atomic ordnance detonated in Nevada, and that flying around the United States while leaking radiation that the trollish guy Stanton Friedman was involved in. And here he's talking about the nuclear flight project that Stanton Friedman was directly involved in, while claiming he never worked for the United States government. Here you have the leaking of radiation all over America from a leaking nuclear reactor in flight in an American B-29 bomber that Stanton Friedman was part of that project, and he himself knew because of his involvement with the project how much radiation was spread over America, so much of it that he himself moved from America and relocated his family to Canada, becoming a Canadian citizen. And Stanton Friedman, of course, because he was in San Francisco originally, lived here, he was someone who was personally acquainted with Michael Aquino and an Aquino cultist, to the point where he emulated Aquino physically and cultivated what Aquino called the horned brow, or the spikes in the eyebrows that they cultivated and spiked up with Vaseline and gel so they could look like they had little horns on their heads without inserting the silicone horns that Rex Diabolus did as a Satanist and making themselves look like total asses. Now, as JMO was saying, perhaps it's all like that, if not from some radiological source. Perhaps American males just have bad genes. Now, on the topic of remote viewing, and this will bring us back to where we can all address this as well. JMO says on the topic of RVing, remote viewing, there are lots of people out there these days using the techniques and seeing some really interesting things. I'm inclined to believe none of them are not working just to entertain people. However, given what you exposed about the war, which a writer whose work I enjoy, John Keel, reflects the same about Roswell, in which John Keel was the first American to suggest as an outsider, outside from the government where I worked and destroyed documents, John Keel was the first to express that Roswell was a Japanese balloon bomb, which of course I said it's well beyond that, but he's on the right track. He's on the start. So JMO goes on to say, I wonder if they aren't RVing or remote viewing a reality construct generated by someone else, that person being Aquino and everyone else pushing the alien mythos. Didn't seem to get a response pitching the question to Farsight Institute. Well, there's a reason for that. He says, I suspect one can wind up RVing reality construct that other people fuel by belief, as though it were reality or juxtaposed onto whatever impressions may be real history. I don't doubt someone advanced in occultic techniques could project entities and the like into reality. When RVing, remote viewing, seems to support an extraterrestrial hypothesis, red flags go up for me. If it sounds like bullshit, it probably is. A man like Aquino I wouldn't trust, but back when he was interviewed by Johnson, he claims the RVing program was a waste. I believe, or JMO here says, believing none of what he says, remote viewing isn't bullshit. Rather, he and his cultists perhaps have a way to deceive the viewer, either through technique or technology. In other words, what JMO is saying is that people are genuinely remote viewing, but they're encountering a construct that has them misinterpreting or interpreting or seeing a falsehood. So JMO concludes in his final paragraph by saying, I guess my question is, can people using this mental technology be duped themselves? I, for one, have great difficulty with the notion of extraterrestrial visitations for several reasons. One, being a sorcerer can summon them sans flying saucers. Two, being the Fermi paradox, which, of course, Enrico Fermi stole from Emperor Hirohito. Three, being the human-centric or humanocentric slant that anything with intelligence would give a fuck what a retarded species that cycles the same errors do at all, among many other reasons. So he's writing that why would any truly intelligent alien species even care about us enough to investigate? So he says a plethora of books are out there with fact mixed often with bullshit, some by those practicing magic themselves, that when read in between the lines exposes a massive undertaking to giving something akin, or giving something the skin of an alien paradigm to avoid exposing America lost to Japan. My thoughts are the remote viewers are bumping into human-made thought forms, i.e., egregores, or that they are all full of crap and using it purely to entertain the less discerning of individuals who will take what be revealed as real. So that was his a little essay there. And from that, it forces me to bring up Pavel Pravara again, because he was a big fan of the Farsight Institute that made me give up on the Farsight Institute. Because he exposed to me that the Farsight Institute is promoting the crucifixion as a falsehood. back since 2014. So they're as corrupted as Ed Dames. And in remote viewing, they claim that Jesus did not die on the cross and that this was all a hoax. Now, Keith Johansson himself was someone who the Japanese Empire was kind to because he benefited so much from the anime feature Space Battleship Yamato, which became popular in America as Star Blazers. And he contracted with Vision Entertainment to basically produce a war game of miniatures based on the Japanese concepts of space warships based on World War II warships. And it was to the point where hobbyists were saying Keith Johansson is God. So he took a loan out on his home to really go all out in producing this war game. And then he wound up, after the fad was over, after everyone grew up and Star Blazers was no longer on the air, and therefore no advertising for his miniatures line, he wound up working at Target, putting boxes together, just like our man Brendan Zoget is doing now for UPS. And all prayers and thoughts to Brendan Zoget, as well as to myself, because he's working half to death. And these boxes are like treadmills and shit people are sending each other for Christmas. And it's like some of them could fall on him and literally kill him. Now, as for the far less sympathetic figure, Keith Johansson, he was someone who was a Freemason, and it didn't help him any. All his years in Freemasonry gave him no connections. He went to EDD, the Employment Development Department, when he couldn't work at Target anymore because of his arthritis. And he said, I really want to get into something where I can use my mind again, like I did with the military. Oh, God. And they told him, no, we can only give you jobs like what you had. And he wound up trying to work for the post office and failed. And so when I was the only person who supported him, and I brought him on my show, he referred to the Battle of Five Sitting Ducks, as he called it, and said, oh, the Japanese won the battle, but they still lost the campaign. And so what he tried to emphasize was that although this was a dark day for the Allies in World War II, he was doing this on air on my own show. He was saying, oh, it might have been bleaker. Admiral Mikawa missed a great opportunity to come around Savo Island a second time and complete the destruction of the amphibious task force. Instead, he decided to leave the area after smashing the screening forces. And the Japanese also missed a grand operational opportunity to finish off the task force through their failure to immediately follow up on Mikawa's initial success. If the Japanese commander, Vice Admiral Mikawa Gunichi, had also elected to destroy the Allied transports before returning to his task force's bases, the campaign of Guadalcanal, and possibly the next phase of the Pacific War, might have evolved differently. This would cost them dearly, the Japanese, as the Guadalcanal campaign continued. So, according to Keith Johansson, Mikawa let the last big opportunity of the war slip through his fingers. And sinking several ships and killing over 1,000 men, certainly the Japanese had succeeded. The Japanese suffered little damage, but Keith Johansson insisted that an American submarine sunk the heavy cruiser Coco off New Ireland the following day. So that's how he factored in Japanese fatalities and added this Parthian shot after battle as some kind of American victory, and insisted that all of this wouldn't matter anyway, as the Allied forces would take over the island by May 1943, the Japanese losing the Guadalcanal campaign and the important Solomon Islands resultantly. And he pointed out that for the next 4 months, the Japanese air, land, and naval forces fought to retake the island, and in December, the Japanese decided to evacuate their troops from Guadalcanal, and that evacuation was completed by February of 1943. So he was trying to promote that the Battle of Savo Island was a great Japanese naval victory. That was also the beginning of the end for Japan. So here we have this guy who's trying to revise history into something that it's not. So that is where we bring our man Peter Moonin to analyze why this individual would be doing this. What would have him do that? Forget if there's any validity to his argument. Instead, concentrate on why he would do that when I had asked him not to argue with the host, when I specifically instructed him not to combat the host, not to deny what the host was saying, not to try and ambush me, which he ultimately did with great enthusiasm. We bring on Peter Moon now to try and analyze this.
There's a number of reasons that could be at stake, but starting with the fact that he neither honored nor respected you, and that is number one. Nor did he honor or respect the Japanese, as you have described. So, but this is not so unusual for people to behave dishonorably in the scheme of life. It happens all the time. And people are generally self-serving as a general rule. Mm-hmm. So, and I mean, there's two types of self-serving. Everybody has to, have their own sustenance. And there are some people that will give their heart and soul to other people to the detriment of themselves. Mm-hmm. So, there are so many components to psychology. What struck me about, initially when you talked about him the other night was that, I understand a little bit more, but he's just kind of a dimwit. Mm-hmm. And then when you're a dimwit, he's obviously not, I guess what you'd say, he's got some intelligence capacity, he's not completely stupid. Mm-hmm. He can, but, people are, and I'll go back to the Dianetics and Scientology evaluation of people. It's like everybody in the world, according to Scientology, has what's called a case. Just like if you're seeing a shrink, you've got a case. And your case is how you respond to the world around you by reason of your aberrations. Very interesting analogy here is you might have experienced it directly being in the military, but when the drill sergeant, you'll see it in a movie, and they do ask this question, they'll go up, what's your major malfunction? What is your major malfunction? That's like in Scientology, you could equate that. No, they never do, because I only realized that after I heard that. It's like what's called a clearing question. What's your major malfunction? Well, I like little boys, or I like underage people. That could be somebody's, malfunction. Mm-hmm. It's like, and in many people, it may not be that, but it's like, I'm obsessed with money. I'm obsessed with girls. I'm obsessed with alcohol. I'm obsessed with, many people are obsessed with denigrating themselves, denying themselves, self-denial. And of course, you could say that in this case, because he's not being his true self when he's acting so disingenuously with yourself. So there's any number of reasons, but I want, Krystal to chime in here and give me your intuitive impression in response to this character. Krystal? Krystal?
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm muted. So intuitively, I feel like there's someone behind him steering the agenda.
Yes, go on.
That's it.
It's incredible, because it brings us back to actually the point that was so important for me to make. The reason I bring this person up is in context of the Pearl Harbor Memorial Day. It's important. We have this individual who is of military background. He was in intelligence. He had no connection to Michael Aquino that I knew of, and I knew Michael Aquino personally well enough to know this. And so I felt I could trust him. And because he was in a desperate situation, by desperate, to give some more perspective on this, he was counting on his Freemasonic background to bail him out. And when he had put in, while he was working at Target, the little postcard that people get from the United States Post Office saying, oh, you can apply for work at the post office and you'll go through a process, he was one of the few out of thousands of people who won the lottery. And they brought him into the United States Post Office. And when he went in there, like an idiot, they had told him, oh, you got to practice to park on the wrong side of the road, because the post office does that to deliver. They park on the wrong side of the road. And since he knew he was not going into post office trucking delivery, that he was going to be walking the streets, if he went into the post office, he was going to be an actual postman, the guy who rings your doorbell. He did not bother to practice parking his indulgence, which was a land yacht he had purchased with recent profits he had made from his war game when I had first brought him on to my show and allowed him to promote his miniatures. And so enough people responded, and he got enough money where he purchased a brand new car. And he didn't get a practical one. He got a goddamn American manufactured land yacht. One of the old metal cars with an actual fucking bumper that they don't make anymore. All steel, which protects you like a tank to extent, but when it crumples, you know, provides big, sharp shards of metal that pierce your body like a pincushion in an accident. So they don't manufacture them anymore like that for a reason. They make the crumple cars, which crumple up like, you know, like a roll of paper when you crumple it in your hand. And the aluminum doesn't even have bumpers anymore. They're just little bumps. All of this is the new kind of, you know, tin cans that people ride around in because they are economical and they're technically, statistically, not as dangerous as the old metal cars were when accidents crumpled them up. And you're in a tank which basically crumples in upon you and tears your body to pieces. So, in terms of what he purchased in an indulgence, it was big, it was gas guzzling, and he never practiced parking it on the wrong side of the road because it was impractical to practice that in such a fucking classic collector's car because he didn't want to damage it. Or, worse yet, damage other people's cars and have them sue him. So when he went to the post office and he served one day delivering mail, they said, oh, he's one of the best delivery guys we've ever had on the route. But then they had him practice that same day the parking, and he couldn't do it in the post office car. And he came back after that crying, oh, I lost the job after a single day delivering mail in which they said I was one of the best delivery postmen they ever had because I couldn't practice parking. I couldn't park the car. Couldn't park the truck. And everybody at the post office was laughing at him like the ass he was because he never practiced. So he ran to a black guy who was in the post office who was a Freemason and said, oh, Brother Freemason, help me out. And the guy said, oh, you're a fellow veteran too, you know, like most people at the post office are. I'll see what I can do. And nothing came of it. And so he served for 24 hours as a United States postman and failed miserably and wound up back desperate and ultimately wound up working at some utilities company, separate contract where he didn't work for them directly, where he's sniffing gas for them with an instrument that sniffs gas leaks. This is what his life became, driving his big land yacht because they contracted people through a private corporation where they had to use their own cars. Driving his big land yacht all over the city, trying to sniff out gas leaks. This is what he ultimately wound up doing after he lost his job at Target. So when I brought him on to help him out, the reason he attacked me, and therefore the reason I presented his attacking me and asked the question why, it's a rhetorical question. I know why he did what he did. He did what he did because everyone knows my nemesis is Michael Aquino. Everyone knows I was involved with military intelligence. Everyone knows Michael Aquino is still involved with intelligence. So when this poor, desperate sap at the EDD office asked the young ladies looking for a job for him, can you get me into intelligence analysis again? And they just laughed at him and said, are you fucking kidding? You've been packing boxes for 20 fucking years. There's only one thing we can get for you is packing more boxes or something equally blue collar. He thought by attacking me on air, he could get Aquino to give him a job. That's the only thing that makes sense.
It does make sense. And the problem with people who've been in intelligence is they're bipolar.
Thank you. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and it's required because you've got to be deceptive.
Yes.
So you're already in love with deception, and it's like you honor and respect fooling people, and this is this is sort of pathological because you're presenting a false face to the world. So falsity is part of your stock in trade. Therefore, a person like this, it's just who he is. It's who he identifies with, and indeed, it's almost like it's in his nature to do this. It makes him also think he's hot shit, and nobody in intelligence is hot shit. They're not. They think they are, or they want to be. Mm-hmm. And it's a lot like what I was saying about people wanting to ride the railroads and be like the beatniks. It's like, and I noticed this in Scientology. I had trans colleagues that would just get into the intrigue of working for the Guardian's office, and they'd say, oh yeah, I want to do that. I want to go this. And because it gave them a justification to do things that they shouldn't do. In other words, they were like, I had a friend, I said, what happened to so-and-so? He went to Catholic high school. I said, what happened to so-and-so? He says, oh, he was hanging around with the wrong people, in other words, with the people that were going to go be mobsters, or something like that. He hung around with the wrong people. It's like you think you're cool. You think you're cool. And people have watched movies on intelligence, or this was a big fad around the time you were born. The Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yes.
And Secret Agent Man, and they had a song by Johnny Rivers.
Yes.
Secret Agent Man. It was supposed to be so cool. What's cool? I didn't understand what's cool about it. And I remember my Scientology colleagues, I tell them, and don't do this. This is like, because they were harboring, and this all gets to the root of insanity from L. Ron Hubbard's perspective. And he said insanity was all based in evil intentions. And you would attack evil intentions from, every which way. Evil intentions of others, evil intentions generated by yourself and generated upon you, or just watching other people do it. It's like, or generating them upon yourself. It's like, that's what makes you crazy. It's like, it's self-destructive. So intelligence agents are basically, and this guy, he spent his whole life working for somebody in intelligence, and all dependent on other people, other determinisms. These other determinisms can indeed be a handler. And you talk about handlers for this person or that person that we've talked about in the past. And sometimes the handler is in fact a demon or a virtual demon. It could be, or it's just something that's controlling the individual. The first book I read that was really sort of about insanity, I think it was required reading in 10th grade, was I Never Promised You a Rose Garden. Right. It was the diary of somebody who struggled with their sanity. Mm-hmm. And what it was an entity would come into this person's consciousness, and she couldn't handle it. She couldn't handle it. It would overtake her. So it was like she had a relationship with an entity that was literally overcoming her. Sometimes it would be nice, and sometimes it would not be nice. And of course, the upper levels of Scientology got into dealing with entities. And of course, you see many people say, "Oh, I didn't, this is all a bunch of bullshit," because they didn't like the way the story wrote, the space opera story. But the real lesson to somebody who really understood what they were doing is to go in and get your own inventory. Do you have inventory? Do you have entities inside of you, or do you see entities? And if you can't see any entities inside of you, well, okay, that's great, but what are you ignoring? There's such a thing as an entity that says there are no entities,
Right.
And they come in all shapes and forms and sizes. So this guy sounds like he was, basically just full of a lot of issues, which could or could not involve entities or any of the above. And of course, Freemasonry is littered with occultism, and there's many levels of Freemasonry. And like sometimes they'll give you, in other words, there's levels within levels, and they might say, okay, here comes so and so. He's ready for his 32nd degree, and the higher people are snickering that this guy ain't ready for shit. So they'll give him another level. They'll take it off of another shelf. Here's your 32-degree level. Now, good. Now go run the Kiwanis Club, and make sure everybody pays their dues. And that's what he will do. He's not in on the inner secrets, or the inner. They'll manipulate people. And meanwhile, the people think, the guy thinks he's an upstanding citizen and that he's a cool Freemason, where even his own Freemasons don't think of him that way. So there's so much sleight of hand that goes on in such things. And I suppose it's entirely possible for somebody to walk in and walk out, and if they have a clean and pure heart, they might not be affected by any of that stuff. But
Well, if they had a clean and pure heart, they wouldn't become a Freemason. But come on, yes.
Understood.
Yeah, it's definitely appreciated. Everything you say is quite appreciated, and I'm so grateful that the both of you are here. We're heading towards the top of the hour. In a matter of 7 minutes, it'll be 8 p.m. I'm going to take advantage of this time to basically remind people that the creepiest true crime tour in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for chapters from his book on The Unfinished Man. It is Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., the Pied Piper of Tucson, and of course scenes from some of the films he's been working on as documentaries. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com, Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Of course, put the word "the" in front of it. And if not the TucsonMurders.com, telephone Ben directly at 1-520/323-3406 to initiate, schedule your private tour. And again, that phone number is 1520-323-3406. Okay, we're 5 minutes from the top of the hour. I may very well be running to the lavatory soon. In the meantime, I do ask, in what will be our final hour for tonight, we'll only go another hour and shut down for the evening. I'll ask our man Peter and our dear fair lady Krystal to kind of handle things while I basically vomit. And,
Sure.
All right. Thank you, honey.
Okay. Did we cover that?
We covered that aspect of it. Yeah. And I think you did wonderful, both of you. And yeah, both of you just kind of take over while I get.
Okay. We'll take over from here.
Yeah.
And Krystal, what direction should I go in with you, or what direction should you go in with me?
Well, one thing that came to mind when you guys were talking, I'll just get this out of the way, was about the water. All of this, each one of the stories we've talked about tonight have some aspect of water to it, including your chapter you sent me, chapter 20, but also the work of L. Ron Hubbard. He was on the water, and then we were talking about this battle and war on the water. So all of that did what it did to charge the water, and that can be used for magical purposes. And that would make sense, I feel, if that L. Ron Hubbard knew that aspect of it, and also the people that keep perpetual war going know that aspect of it. But I'm talking about charging the water the way you would charge a crystal, with basically negative energies that would attract the same types of experiences happening, or you could charge that water to create a huge misconception. And so that's how you use water with magic.
That's very interesting. And the other thing is the body consists mostly of water.
Right.
So you can charge just as you can, if you're going to charge water, this is very interesting that you bring this up, because what Radu Cinnabar says, the whole thing it's about vibrational frequency. And this is how you can enter these portals into the inner earth, is by changing your vibrational frequency. And so when somebody like Admiral Byrd flies over the North Pole and starts seeing woolly mammoths and green stuff, his whole vibrational frequency has changed. And he's seeing another dimension. He's seeing another world. It's a part of this world, but it's different. So all of these phenomena you see is a change in vibrational frequency. And I say, when you're dealing with he goes into the atomics of it to a certain degree, but it's when you talk about changing the vibrational frequency of water, yes. And the way I do this go ahead. In my healing work, I use cobalt blue bottles, and there's been some studies done online. You can look it up. But personally, what I do is I charge my own water, put it into cobalt blue bottles, and put it out in the sun, and let the sun charge it with my intention. And I use that with healing work. And you can use your subconscious mind by, for example, putting a note attached to the water. You could put it in another language or put it upside down, something that would speak to your subconscious. And then you drink the water, or you can bathe in it. And that's how the water in your body will resonate with, well, of course, the water that you charge and you drink it. That's why religion uses holy water, and we pray over food and drink before we give a toast with water. Well, toast with water is that's a suspicion, but the superstition. But basically, charging the water with that toast
and it works. So I was talking about Dr. Masaru Emoto, who worked with this and did the experiments, and he was a Japanese doctor who did this. And if you look his work up online, there are detractors saying that it's a pseudoscience, but a placebo is not a pseudoscience. It works. So even if this was working through a placebo effect, which I suspect it's something much more profound.
It is more, let me just say something, is science, the reason it would be declared a pseudoscience is because their measurements, it doesn't coincide with their measurements, and it's more of a comment on their ability to measure, which can also include qualitative measurements that their world and their viewpoints don't either respect, honor, or possess. So you can measure these things, and one of the way to measure is does it actually work? This is something people can experiment with, and
I've seen it work in the work I do over on the Heal Your Water page. That's basically what we're doing, and we've done it to manifest things in life, like moving up and creating a better job or a family, or just basically manifesting and health.
These are excellent points. And yes, I remember people buying the Arizona iced tea, the blue bottle, so they could do what you're saying many years ago. The cobalt blue,
yep,
is supposed to work very well. And these are good, but see what you're talking about, and not speaking against the science or to the science, but these are principles that also like apply with sympathetic magic, which is also the same as quantum resonance. It's like if you have a sympathetic vibration, if you put somebody's name and pray over it, it can be proven to be very powerful.
Yeah.
And what it really matters is the experience, and what are you attracting to you? What are you drawing to you? One of the most difficult things with a person who's stuck on some psychological issue is their stick-to-itiveness to that idea, and they have to become unstuck. It's attitude. It's all attitude. So anything that can change your attitude can change your condition. When the person says, I can't possibly change, or that will possibly do no good, this is very self-defeating.
Wayne Dyer used to say, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change.
Well, it's true. That is true. And you bring up some excellent points here. So when you work with water, with people, how do you generally work with it? I mean, you just explain.
I basically go through what I went through with you about that, and also adding crystals to your water and charging it, and charging the water that you shower and bathe with or soak your feet. And what happens is the water in the body will resonate up to the highest. So we will resonate up to the highest common denominator. So if you do that, you bring yourself up to your optimum. And I worked a lot in the earlier days with something called HoloSync.
Yes.
It's basically
I know what it
so
is.
that, and then I bring in the EFT tapping, which is based on the Chinese meridian system, and it's about clearing the rivers of meridians energy in your body. And so that, and then the work of Louise Hay, where she goes through a different body part, has a different emotional aspect and a different. So, for example, your knees represent your ego. So if someone comes and says, I hurt my knee playing football, there's a deeper issue, why that knee above any other body part was vulnerable and able to be hurt. So it's more than just the injury, it's where it actually was weak. And so that would mean you have an ego issue.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned charging the crystal, because I've never told you this, but on the trip that I did make out to San Francisco and Northern California, and this was indeed 5 years ago, and the one where I met Douglas, was I was, you know, visiting the gold country, and on my last, I guess, full day in California, I was driving back from the gold country, I was in Modesto, getting lunch or something. I was in some Trader Joe's out there, picking up some food, driving before I drove back to San Francisco, and I had, I got a phone call. What the hell is this phone call? It's coming out of the blue. I'm last day of my trip, and it's a woman, Judy Cole, who is a friend of mine, and I don't know why she's calling. Oh, I know why she was calling me. She was staying with a friend in Santa Cruz, and when he had all my books on his shelf, and when he found out that she knew me, I guess she got excited and called me. Well, what this woman does is she was going up to Sacramento, or whatnot, north of Sacramento, she puts crystals in rivers all across the country, probably all across the world. This is what she does. She's involved in a lot of, I guess, what you call planetary or universal healing. She's been dead a couple of times, so she's like a near-death experiencer. And she's a really, I guess what you'd say, interesting character. And I just, because your name's Crystal River.
Yeah, that's beautiful work.
I thought of her. You might even be interested in connecting up to her. She's operates out of Indiana. But I had thought of, you know, because that was the trip you were supposed to be on, but weren't.
So that may come full circle, and we'll do that sometime in the future instead. I'm still interested in all of that.
Well, yeah, exactly. And putting one of the, and our Qigong teacher used to have us promote us to buy. I never bought it, but it was something called, I think, Vitalizer. I think it was called a Vitalizer. It was essentially a blender, which you put water in. And then you would put the water, and there was a mineral block put in. So the water would spin around the mineral block. I think it's called a vitalizer. And yeah, it would spin around, and whatever energy was going around to spin the water was also absorbing the mineral content of the mineral block. He said, this is what natural water is, because natural water will move. It'll move through minerals. It'll move through sometimes crystals. This was like, and so the whole idea was to get minerals into your water, which is, of course, very important, because some water has been demineralized. And this is was a very healthy thing to do. In addition to making the geometry of the water. The spin would make the geometry of the water better. Now, one of the techniques, and I will teach you this, like if you take your fingernails, I like to demonstrate this when I do a Qigong demonstration. You take your fingernails and you rub them together, okay? And you just rub them together. People in the listening audience can do this. Rub your fingers together, fingernails and thumbnails, and then do this for about at least 30 seconds, and you can do them longer. And then all of a sudden, when you do this, you're going to spread them open. You can stop it and just feel the energy between your hands. I don't know if you did that, Krystal, but that's Qi. That's Qi.
Yes.
You can then put that over what you eat or what you drink. And this will put the energy into your food, into your water. It's very important to do this. And you can charge water that way. They have, there's a very good type of water to drink. It's called Kangen water. And it will raise the pH. You can change it to different pHs. But one time they demonstrated this for my teacher down in North Carolina. And he could do that stuff with the hands, and it would be more highly charged than than the doing it by the mechanical method, and they couldn't believe it. In other words, his chi was very, very powerful. So, and of course, you generate your own chi as well. So it's good that you brought up water. It takes it in the direction. You feel good about Douglas's procedure for tomorrow?
I do. I see work that we'll still do it together in the future. So he's definitely going to be with us here doing stuff.
Good. We wish him well for this endeavor.
And he gave me permission to do some energy healing before, during, and after. And that would basically speed up whatever he would normally have to go through and possibly make the pain less and make any medicines he takes do their job and cycle out. And so it's good to do the energy work too with that.
Have you given any thought to the work that I'll be doing with him? And if not, do you have any comment on it?
What do you mean? I don't.
Intuitively speaking, the work I'll be doing with Douglas to write his book to help him.
Oh yeah. I'd like to sign up for the trilogy as soon as possible. But yeah,
I'm interested, but I'm saying is what dynamic effect it will have.
Yeah, so I think that it will. I don't mean to be redundant, but I do feel like it's going to go in a healing direction. So in other words, so far Douglas has given us the gift of telling us the truth and making us aware of these things. But at some point that becomes, complaining and ranting about what's wrong. But the next phase is to do something about it and make it right. And I feel like you coming into his life, dovetailing in, and that's what the end result will be. And I feel like that's what the greater gift to the world will be.
Well, we're living in a world and in a situation where a government that has never told the truth, and to a certain extent, you can expect a government not to tell the truth, because why in the hell do the public need to know everything? Because if you start saying everything, it's there's certain things that certain people don't need to know. Just as if you're running your own business, you don't need to tell the employees everything because it's none of their business. It's not their concern. And you can that's why so much control goes into not panicking the public. Like say in World War II, when they had the Japanese balloons coming over, and they did come over, people are aware of it, but they have to play it down, because why do you need, as a government, why do you need your population in a panic? Because they might even turn on you. So it's like, it makes sense to keep them at bay. The extent to which you keep them at bay and don't tell them the truth is another question. And it just becomes, the mentality of war becomes a very negative and dangerous endeavor, because you're also putting the Japanese in prisoner of war camps, concentration camps, and this sort of thing. So it's like it's a negativity that feeds on itself. Unfortunately, it's just the way war is, and the whole history of it is quite devastating. We're very lucky to live in a world where participation in war is rather minimal. We're very fortunate in that regard, that even nowadays, people can't be drafted. They have to sign up for it.
Well, also people are becoming, I might be optimistic here, but I feel that people are becoming more sovereign and more awake. And so by that way, they're less able to be drafted and forced to do things that people don't really want to do. Most people don't want to be fighting a war. That's not what they want to do with their life. So.
Well, thank you for that. Would you like to go in another direction? I will ask your intuition it will be guided by your intuition.
I would say to go in the direction of talking about working with Douglas as far as the writing.
Well, you know, that's what I'm going to be writing is so much of the stuff that he's iterated in past lectures. I'm certainly not going to try and even repeat it or cough it up, because that's his department. And then I will, you know, cut and paste it and refine it so it, you know, goes into the neuro-linguistic faculties of the audience, and they can retain it and understand it enough to the point you can understand what happened, and then, you know, and the world will change its viewpoint. Whether or not this evolves, how the United States evolves is a big, you know, what role it will play in the world in the future is an open-ended question, because it is so, the United States is so dichotomous. In the one hand, you can look at what they did, the genocide of the Indians, the way it manipulates in foreign affairs, which to some degree is self-protective. And on the other hand, what the United States has done by performing this takeover of the North American continent, or where it's taken over in the North American continent, it has provided a living space, lives for hundreds of millions of people who live out a life in the physical world that the native cultures, by the nature of who and what they never provide, is not going to provide a, you know, home for that many people. It wasn't set up. Now, it's horrible what was done. There's no justification for it. However, and this is the way life works. This is not, you know, a defense of the United States of America. It's an observation of the way life works. The United States doing what it did with its satanic pentagram in Washington and all of the negativity has provided a platform for living for hundreds of millions of people to engage in working out their karma, or whatever you want to say. Yeah. And that's a very sort of, I guess, unusual way to look at it. It's, and of course, what does the United States do? It tries to protect itself. And any comment on that?
Sorry, Peter, I had you muted.
You have to comment on it. You don't have to have a comment on it.
No, I don't have a comment on that.
Yeah, and then you also have all of the, you know, how much is the, you know, the United States isn't really controlled by the United States. It's controlled by hidden forces.
Right.
That, you know, and somehow in the process of life, you're here to carve out whatever existence you have, and people go through all sorts of experiences. It's different. It's interesting. That's just my observation. Is that noise in the background, Douglas, by the way?
Yes.
It is him?
I don't think he's muted.
Okay. That must be it. All right. Well, I could talk about what I think what might be interesting is what prompted me to go out and meet Douglas in the first place.
Yes.
That was a very special trip, and one I'm looking forward to. I've been looking forward to repeating it for 5 years. And of course, my impetus was not originally just to visit Douglas. That was a convenient opportunity, was to go to the gold country. And why did I want to go to the gold country? It was a place I'd never been. I'd like to say I've been everywhere in California because I grew up there. I lived in the South and the North, but I haven't been too much north of Sacramento, with the exception of Lake Tahoe. And I never really went to the gold country. But the gold country came up on my radar because my friend, Dennis Marshall, had, and as I say, his ancestor, James Marshall, James Wilson, had basically caused the gold rush to happen by discovering gold on Sutter's mill. He worked for John Sutter. John Sutter was the, probably had one of the biggest, well, the biggest ranch in the area of Sacramento. And he was, I think, Swiss, German or Swiss. And he had this tremendous ranch, and he had hired James Wilson Marshall to build a mill on it. And while he was building the mill, he discovered gold. And all the gold in California was on the cause of the gold rush was on the surface. In other words, it wasn't like you had to dig for it or pan for it. It was right there. And that was the initial gold rush. And the rumors of this and the stories of it caught on so hard and fast that it caused the biggest migration in the history of the world. And people coming all the way from China. And the Chinese were employed. They had their own interest in coming here, but because they could they knew how to do dynamite, explosives. Mm-hmm. So they were expert in this. And that's part of the culture that came to America. And then, of course, San Francisco didn't really, it was a little settlement called Yerba Buena, and it was on the Inward Bay. And San Francisco grew up overnight because of the gold rush. It became San Francisco instead of Yerba Buena. Anyway, what Dennis Marshall had pointed out to me, that Karl Germer, a German national, who was the successor to Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis, lived in West Point, California. West Point, California, we're not talking about the military academy here. West Point, California is a small, tiny little town that he had been to because he grew up in the gold country. And he says, why on earth would Karl Germer go to this place? He's German. He's, he thought that if he was there was something very odd, something afoot here. He also told me about an establishment in the town of Sonora, California, not Mexico, where there was like a bookstore in the basement, and it had a door that went open into, I think it went into caverns or something. Of course, there's most of the gold in California, they call it the mother lode, has not even been touched, not been tapped. The gold rush, as they say, the initial gold was taken, and then people would mine for it or dig it or pan for it, but they never really got anywhere with it. It became so hard to extract that they couldn't. So to this day, it's non-touched. It's also protected, whether it's protected by entities, corporations, or private individuals. We could have a whole, debate on, I suppose, if we looked up and researched it. But I wanted, then as we began to, look at this, and he also introduced me, he began to see the significance of something else here at work too. Because at the same time, I was very fascinated by the aeroships. They were called, I think, the Sonora aeroships. And these were big balloons that were invented and used to fly. I mean, we're talking about Zeppelins, whether they were hot air balloons or what not. and they flew over Sonora. There were reports on them, and there's a book. I think it's called. I'm trying to think. I'll have it for you in a second here, by this guy named Delshaw. Delshaw was a German, and he made these incredible illustrations of airships. Now, we're talking about 1850s in this neighborhood, Charles Delshaw. And The Secrets of Delshaw is a book, very good book. I used to sell it. I got to meet the author. Dennis Crenshaw is the author. The Secrets of Delshaw. And this is all about this artist, Peter Navarro, who discovered in a dumpster a bunch of incredible, elaborate, colored drawings with details of airships, technical details. And, you know, what is this? And Dennis helped him write the book. But, and there, you will find some newspaper accounts of them. There were later some airships in the late 1800s, but this is right around the gold rush time period. So The Secrets of Delshaw is, and they mention this one secret society that Dennis had told me about. And this is where I got very interested. They're called Eclampus Vitus.
Yes. And you sent me that information then, and I was hooked.
Yeah, I wrote, I have my newsletter, the Montauk Pulse, which I encourage people to sign up for. It's like $19 a year. And I dedicated a whole volume, which is 6 years. And I write 4 newsletters a year, once every quarter, solstice and equinox. And I dedicated a whole year to using that as the theme with the Western typeface and whatnot. Eclampus Vitus. Now, who is Eclampus Vitus? They permeate Northern California, and particularly the Gold Country. They are the guardians of the Gold Country. I know a man who grew up amongst the clampers. His uncle was a clamper. He told me they owned all this gold, all this property, and he used to hear his uncle talking about crazy stuff like aliens and UFOs, and he was just a kid. It was just, you know, and when he heard, because he reads my books, he's a fan of mine, and when he heard about me getting interested in the clampers, he was like, wow, you know, because he could, you know, it had a little more meaning to him. But the clampers like to dress in red. They're very influential in local politics. In fact, but there was also a very strong homosexual strain in their entire sort of theme. Like it said that they formed during the Gold Rush time because they were not part of Freemasons, and Freemasons and these people were minors. They were, you know, somewhat unkempt, and they weren't going to be involved into the high society of Freemasonry.
Right.
So they were a poor man's, and so they set up a alternative Freemasonry, and it was a mockery of that, and they would wear tin badges, and they would, you know, everything. They loved pranks, mm-hmm. and you know, nothing, you know, anything was worthy of a joke. So they had bizarre initiations, but one of the things it stated that there weren't enough women to go around in those days, so the men would dress up as women and go, and you'd take a man dressed up as a woman. Now, this might sound funny. It might sound bizarre.
It sounds to me like Baphomet worship.
Well, yeah. There's also a much more obscure society that Mae Brussel talked about, and they would meet in Wyoming. I'm trying to think what they were called. Can't remember it. Started with a C. But anyway, they would meet. These were like people like Dick Cheney. I don't know if Dick Cheney's name came up because this was she talked about it in the 80s, but you know, because he's from Wyoming and whatnot. But people of that stature that would they would dress up as women and get in these races. I think they were buggy races. and these were like world leaders. It wasn't. It was even more. It had to do with flying. It was about, something of the skies. But they were like, Frank Borman was involved, and people that were very big in the airlines. But these were like very powerful people who would meet and dress up as women and have some form of horse racing. Well, the Clampers traced their lineage back to the Emperor of China. And this is sort of, everything about them is like a joke, So they say that there was this Caleb Cushing, who was actually one of the most, he was a Freemason who initiated Albert Pike. Albert Pike is a very infamous Freemason. He's the only Confederate person to have a statue in Washington, D.C. He literally started the Civil War. On the half of the Confederates, he had to escape to Canada because of his involvement or a suspicion of being involved in the Lincoln assassination. So anyway, Albert Pike was initiated into Freemasonry by Caleb Cushing of Massachusetts, who was, as they say, very much involved in he was very pro-slavery, and he took a mission. He was the first envoy, U.S. envoy to China. And this is actual history. And when he went to China, the official history story is that they wouldn't really let him on to the land. But supposedly the emperor wouldn't let him meet him. But apparently he met with an envoy in the Kun Lam Temple. Now this is history. This is not the Clamper history. The Kun Lam Temple means the Blue Queen. Lam means blue in Chinese. So he met them, and he supposedly, now the Clamper history is that he was given a charter to open Eclampus Vitus. Now if you go back into Chinese history and Japanese kabuki dancing, where men dress up as women, is from an earlier Chinese tradition. And if you follow back into the so-called history of China, and I've never talked to Douglas about this, but everything goes back to the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor wrote the Chinese meridian system. Everything's attributed to him, which I don't believe. But he was married, but he was also gay. This is a historical writings. I don't believe half of what I read about the Yellow Emperor. I think he was just and I'd like to talk to Douglas about it sometime, but he was just like somebody that everybody attributed everything at the start of Chinese culture. So anyway, he gets this charter, and Caleb Cushing gives a charter to a man named Ephraim B., who was a historical character from Virginia, which West Virginia was then called Virginia, and suspiciously close to the birthplace of Dr. David Anderson, who comes from West Virginia. But anyway, Ephraim B., had a place, and he had a charter for Eclampus Vitus. Now they have different chapters in Rising Up. They have different numbers in California. One of my readers of the Montauk Pulse lived in that area, and she got interested, and she moved to a new house, and there was Clamper next door. And the Clamper comes out, and he says, you just bought that house. And he says, that house is full of termites. And she knew what he was up to. And
right.
She says, that's just great, because I love termites. That's exactly what I bought. And, he loved her for that.
Yeah.
When he passed away, she said there was all sorts of cacophony in that house over some documents. you know, people coming in there and getting whatever it was. You know, he was holding on to Clamper secrets. I forget the exact story. She also, well, had heard of people that there were like these younger people that were in a, I don't know if they were in a motel. They were causing some sort of ruckus, and they weren't like being easy citizens to get along with. They were making noise, and she overheard one of them saying, she says, "We got to get out of here. Those are clampers. They're going to get us." In other words, they were afraid of the clampers because the clampers are very powerful politically. And I will tell you, there's a town in California where my parents' home was, and Ventura, California. It's a very beautiful city, about 80 miles north of Los Angeles, a little over an hour's drive. And that town is basically the home of the Hells Angels. And the Hells Angels have a very cozy relationship with the police. They don't do any trouble in that town, and they will keep the crime off the streets to the best of their ability, and the police will leave them alone. They don't do stuff. They don't do their work in Ventura. So there's a cozy relationship there that one side respects the other, et cetera, et cetera. Well, in the gold country, it's the clampers. They have that sort of, what you would say, presence, and presence and intimidation factor. So that's who they are. Now, when I went out there, I got these T-shirts made up. I had a friend who owned a T-shirt company, and I had him make up they were red T-shirts with gold letters, and it said, "E Clampus Vitus, Transylvania Chapter." And I gave one to Douglas. I gave one to Lorianne Fenton. I had one for myself, and I think I got them for the two ladies that hung around with us on the trip. Yeah, I got them T-shirts, and I had one for Dennis. And Dennis would put on the T-shirt, and man, he loved wearing it, walking up in town. We'd visit some of these towns have preserved the old West, and he got a kick out of wearing it. But when we were going to West Point for our final trip to West Point, that evening, when as I said, we were going to watch the World Series, the 7th game of the World Series at the place they had out there. What was it? A restaurant. And he said, as we approached the town, he says, "You know what? You better put your sweater on. We don't want to be wearing these shirts out here, because they might want to kill us or something. Because we were getting into the hardest core country. There have been murders in this area, and I think they were mostly about these Vietnamese, and I think it was tied with drugs. There's a lot of drug trafficking that goes on in this general area. Ties to Queen Elizabeth, and there's a whole story about that, which we won't go into.
Probably all kinds of trafficking then.
Well, there was a whole ABC did a documentary on it, I think in the 80s, about all the shenanigans that went on with some of the police. I don't remember what the name of the town was, but it was. So anyway, he's a native of this area, and he had said, "No, we don't wear these T-shirts here." So, as I said, when we got to the restaurant, it was closed. It says open every other Saturday. So, okay. The library was open for about a half more hour, and we spoke to the librarian. It's open 2 days a week. So we met her, and we went back. We took our two friends to then we began. So we're like saying, what was Carl Germer doing in West Point? Carl Germer, as they say, was the successor of Aleister Crowley's OTO. And there was I found something on the internet about a guy named Luke Pino. I put it in my newsletter. This guy was like writing this letter warning about the Illuminati, the West chapter of the Illuminati, filed by Carl Germer. If you go to the records, the town records, you'll find that Carl Germer, the West chapter of the Illuminati, and he told us where to look. And it's this justifiably paranoid diatribe, and he talked about this place called Murphy's. And of course, what was very funny is that my friend Dennis used to own a restaurant in Murphy's, and he knew the place. And he told me that that was like a retirement haven for ex-CIA people. It was well known for it. So we went to, he showed me Murphy's. We had some nice walks in the redwoods. It was very beautiful. Showed me his old restaurant, and I got to see a lot of the gold country and visited different mining camps, which are now tourist attractions and this sort of thing. Wasn't a lot of people, but we eventually went to the we met with the ladies, and we took them to the records where we could find, I don't even remember, it was county records or whatever, but we were going through the records, and I said, you know, I'm looking for this, anything on Carl Germer or the West chapter of the Illuminati. People were very helpful, very genuine, but they couldn't come up with anything. And there were some books along the wall, and I saw this man. He was kind of a little bit confused, and by this time I was familiar with the layout of the place, and I started helping him with what he was looking for. And I said, what are you looking for exactly? And he says, oh, I'm looking for the Wilson information on the Wilson Reservoir. And then all of a sudden, you know, my ears perked up and everybody looked at me, because there was the name Wilson, for those of you who are not familiar, is a catchword in my research on synchronicity. L. Ron Hubbard was from the Wilson clan. Marjorie Cameron's real name was Wilson. Of course, she was the wife of Jack Parsons. There were the famous Wilson brothers of Preston Nichols that told me about, that were the first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain. So that was what Preston had told me, and I found all these word associations between the names of Cameron and Wilson. So this was like, wow, Wilson. So basically, he told me that there was a problem with the ecology of the Wilson Dam, the Wilson Reservoir. He said it was more like a swamp. So the name Wilson was evidently very prominent, or it wouldn't have been named after the Wilson, whatever it was. So that was a real eye-opener. And then we went to the library, back to the library, and we all searched for whatever we could. I asked the lady about the Sonora aeroships. She'd never heard of them, yet she was a librarian. Well, she works 2 days a week. And I did find one mention of them in some of the old newspapers, but it was a very slight mention. Apparently, all the information on them was taken out of the library, the regular library. This was the West Point Library, which was very small. And what we found there was a picture of, which is the picture on my Facebook page, of China Mary, this little girl, and it was China Mary, Queen of Chinatown. And I was able to find a picture of Chinatown in West Point. It was very old. It looked like a bunch of claptrap houses put together. So they had a Chinatown there. And we went to, this day was Halloween, it was the 31st of October. Mm-hmm. And we went to the graveyard, because Sasha Germer had died in West Point. Sasha Germer was the wife of Carl Germer, and she had, you know, kind of financed him. She had some money in her family, and she had, when he passed away, and I think it was 1962, her house was ransacked by certain people who took the materials of the Ordo Templi Orientis, and that's a whole nother story, which I think I told in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. You know, this is how the new OTO got itself legitimized. and I put that in quotes. It obtained the legal rights to carry on with the name Ordo Templi Orientis and to be legally recognized as the successors of Aleister Crowley, although Carl Germer himself had forbid, the successor, Grady Murphy, to have this title. He did not trust him. So anyway, we went in search of Sasha Germer's gravesite. We could not find it. We scoured the entire cemetery, and I did a requiem mass for her, which was very interesting. It was a very beautiful, I guess, October day, a little overcast, and that's what drew me to the Gold Country, and that trip enabled me to meet Douglas. And then there's a little follow-up to this. In Radu Cinemar, the Romanian author's last book, I'm about to publish the next one, the book called Inside the Earth, The Second Tunnel. Chapter 6 of that book, he is called to Yosemite, California, where him and his superior or mentor, Caesar Brad, have been asked by the U.S. military, Major Samuel Cross, to come to an Indian reservation and to explore a portal to another world that the Americans don't know how to handle. They know that the Romanians have a long tried, and these particular two Romanians have a long tried and true experience in dealing with such things. So they actually have an experience on an Indian reservation in Yosemite. I found pictures of that reservation, or of the reservation on Yosemite, that match exactly the description he gives of the reservation. So I'm very interested in revisiting this. And of course, this was an Indian connection. In pursuing the Indian connection, I found out that the tribal leader of the Miwok Indians was Charles Wilson. And further, as I began to dig deeper, I tried to find out about Charles Wilson, but he just died a couple months earlier. I ended up calling the library. I didn't identify myself, but I asked if they knew anything about Charles Wilson, and the woman said, well, we got one of his relatives right here. And I was able to talk to the relative, and she says, I don't really know about the history of this. My cousin does, blah, blah, blah. I gave her my number, but I never heard from the cousin. So I wasn't able to follow that further. But not only were the Wilsons predominant in West Point, a locale that Carl Germer had moved to, but the Wilsons were also part Indian. They were mixed with the white breed, the white people, probably Germans, I would guess, a German family. Now, with regard to these aeroships, there's a very interesting book that complements what I'm saying. I'm going to look up his name right now to make sure I have it right, and I recommend the book. I don't read a lot of books because I'm researching. Yeah, this is him. Okay. Walter Bosley, B-O-S-L-E, and he wrote, he's writing here about this. He is a former intelligence officer who, and what are the books he wrote? He wrote about, oh God, his books. He wrote about the true history of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Fascinating stories. I'm trying to find the book. Boy, he's written a lot of books. Anyway, he goes into this death that occurred in San Bernardino that was tangentially tied to Aleister Crowley. And somehow all of the books that he he comes up with these synchronicities around the name Wilson. He doesn't necessarily even know who I am. I was turned on to him by one of my readers, and totally independent of my work. He's having synchronicities around the name Wilson, and he ties into an organization that is building these airships. And he does mention eclampus vitus a little bit. I just can't. Okay, here he's talking about the Sonora Aero Club. He talks about it.
I'm back. Oh, I'm back. I'm just letting people know that I'm alive and.
Welcome back.
Oh yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I am canceling the colonoscopy. I am.
That's an excellent idea.
There's no way I can finish this bleach bottle of crap. It is literally poison to me. I mean, literally. Well.
So are you saying you've decided not to do it at all?
No, I'm not going to do this at all.
I think that's for the best.
I think it is too.
Yeah, thank you. Many people have told me that, and or enough people have told me not to go through with this. I just kind of dismissed it. I mean, obviously there's millions of men that go through this procedure. I am not one of them. I cannot go through this. I will die if I can't even. I couldn't choke down. I barely got through the top layers of that stupid bleach bottle. There's no way I could finish that. As it is now, I feel like I may have to call an ambulance to get my stomach pumped. I doubt that's going to happen. I doubt I'm going to do that, but oh my fucking God. That was awful.
Do you know why you couldn't take this stuff?
Well, my suspicion.
Toxic. That's why. It's toxic.
It's well, it certainly is to me. At any rate, definitely appreciate the both of you have been remarkable. Honestly, you've handled this so professionally, and I'm hesitant to use that term, of course, because none of us are being paid, so the term professional doesn't really apply. So I'll use the term responsibly. You've handled this so responsibly, and I definitely appreciate that, and I'm certain our listeners appreciate that, and. Definitely. I love the both of you. I love all the listeners who have provided myself support. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call my gang brother Beaver and give him probably, well, what I know will be most welcome news that he won't need to pick me up from the hospital. And that I'm going to, just call the GI department, the gastrointestinal department, and cancel it. And what I'll do over the next few days is make an appointment with my MD, confirm, of course, whether or not I have pneumonia or anything like that. And regardless, that's actually a moot point. The point is that I will consult with my MD about alternatives towards a colonoscopy. The main point is, of course, there's nothing to justify the colonoscopy other than, of course, the fact that they were basically choosing the insurance. I'm not trying to portray, of course, the medical industrial complex in this light of my personal case as conspiring, but that's just what they're doing, and there's no suspicion I have intestinal cancer or anything like that based on anything else other than the fact that basically I had hemorrhoidal blood in a very, in the FIC test, with a FICT test, which they pass out and were bothering me for years to take. And so at this point in my life, there's no real reason for this. There's no real justification. So I was going to go through with it because it was innocuous enough. I'm young enough where, I felt I would survive it. But no, the preparation itself is killing me. So I can't do it. I can't go through with this. So there. I mean, people get the message now. Let me indulge myself while Peter Moon finalizes what he was saying. We'll be shutting down the transmission in a matter of minutes at the top of the hour. So do complete your thought there, your narrative.
I just sort of come to an end. I was just talking about why I came and how I came to California on the trip that I met you, talking about it's just a whole world of wonder. I just think that Radu Sinamar had gone to Yosemite and to investigate a portal there. So the only thing I would perhaps posit on is that my research would be indicating to me, by all the circumstances, that the gold country in California parallels the gold country in Transylvania. Huge gold deposits, huge. And of course, in Transylvania is known for its inner earth. And by the same token, I would suggest there's a similar connection. Well, Radu Sinamar says the same thing, but he's coming at it from an independent reference frame than I am. I would say, yes, there is a similar situation in California, in the gold country. And I'm attracted to it because my research leads me there. Not because I'm interested in getting gold. In Transylvania, you do not take the gold if you're smart. That was the way the ancient Dacs or Dacians would give gold to their enemies. And they'd say to the Romans, come in, take the gold you want. It took about 100 to 200 tons. And the Roman Empire decayed.
Interesting. I mean, that's fascinating.
That's the mentality they have.
Wow.
Or had.
That's incredible. Definitely appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to
wrap it up.
I'm sorry?
Wrap it up.
Yeah. Let's see what people are saying here. Wow, thank you, Krystal. I feel good. That's Sarah Shields. So Michaela Anastasia says, I've had 2 colonoscopies. They are no big deal. For you, honey. That's right. Drinking the stuff is the worst part, but it sounds like the worst is over. Oh, yeah, it's over all right. Michaela, I'm not going through with it. Yes, that's... holy shit. It's amazing what people could take. Here's what I would suspect is that because of my... nanoplasma transfusion from when I was 14 years of age. The interesting thing is that I can tolerate incredible levels of toxicity from what would normally kill people in what are essentially street drugs or various other recreational narcotics. Bizarrely enough, pharmaceuticals that are innocuous to other people, such as the anti-inflammatory ibuprofen, my body reacts to them in a way that's paradoxical. It processes those in such a way that when I took ibuprofen a few times, it made me almost as sick as how I felt taking this shit. And so what happens is that it's kind of like a condition of someone whose autoimmune system is hyper-responsive or over-responding. And this is what happened with people who had who were young and of breeding or combat age males in particular who contracted the Spanish influenza. What would happen is they had healthy bodies with very strong immune systems, and the Spanish influenza's lethal trick is it forces the healthy immune system to overreact. And then the immune system goes into hyperdrive and basically kills the person, kills the host, kills the person it's trying to protect. And therefore, their own immune systems killed young breeding age, combat age males, which was the intent of the bioweapon, who basically their immune systems went into overdrive and killed them. And so the majority of people who were the victims of the so-called Spanish influenza, the American Army flu, were breeding age, combat age males. And the main survivors were people with compromised immune systems who would be worthless in combat, the sick, the injured, as well as the seniors or the infants. So healthy infants would die of the Spanish flu. But infants that were sick generally would not. people like myself would never die of the Spanish flu because my immune system's so compromised by multiple assaults, like the cycloserine nerve gas, which collapsed my lungs multiple times. I've been so battered that I would never respond with that hyper healthy reaction, that over response that most other victims responded with when it came to the Spanish influenza. Yet at the same time, because of the nanoplasma, which purges my body of overdoses of street drugs and recreational narcotics, it just reacts violently in overdrive to certain things that get prescribed, like ibuprofen for pain or something like this. It's just so I literally can't go through with this. We'll have to think of something else, but there's really no need to, because basically the only time something like this would ever be considered again would be if I become symptomatic for something that would be indicative of intestinal cancer, and then they would just go in surgically or something like that. Either way, it's a non-issue now. This is something I'm not going to do. So it's top of the hour now. I want to say thank you beyond my ability to express to Krystal River and Peter Moon, and to all our listeners tonight. The lovely Lena Shea, God bless her, told me my mic was still on while I was basically kind of checking out there for a bit, and I knew that, was quite conscious of it and cognizant of it, and wanted it to be that way in case I needed to call for help. Anyhow, so in terms of our man Stro Show 22 says intestinal formula #1 if Dr. Schultz's has done wonders for myself and loved ones. Pricey, however. Not quite sure what he's referencing.
He's referencing the Schultz system, and I tell you, my in-laws had bad experiences with it, and I did good with the liver cleanse, but with the bowel cleanse, it was horrible. Mm-hmm. So I mean, so anyway, it basically can clean out your intestines if it works.
Right. Well, for a moot point. So I thank him for that.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and I thank everyone. I'm going to potentially, oh shit, might call the ambulance for a stomach pump. Or am I?
Are you serious? You're serious?
I'm half serious about that. Pretty sick. But
I mean, you might be able to throw up.
Yes. Well, throwing up is, it's just horrible. I feel like I have to, but I can't. So in that case, I may call the ambulance. In which case, I want to thank everyone. I'm going to shut down the transmission, and anything anyone wants to say before I.
So we'll be with you on Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good night, Krystal. Good night.
Thank both of you. Good night,
everybody.
Good night, and love you. Bye bye. Thank you. Michaela says you're still on. I know, honey. Like I said, I left the mic on in case I needed help. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, I pressed the hang up button and it didn't work. It's probably for the best. Psychologically, for me at least. Alright. Let's do something now to shut down the transmission. Alright. Good night. Why is that not? It's not hanging up. That is bizarre. Take care. Thank you, honey. Love you. Oh my fucking God, it's not hanging up. I think I'll just have to shut the computer down, and that's probably the only thing that will hang it up. I'm gonna start streaming though, so you'll stop hearing me now. All right. My love to all who support me, and blessed night to all who do.